believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and home to the 1,000-mile container fence for $1 billion. Something I think will really help the country unite, get behind the container fence, and make it much more reasonable than Donald Trump is pitching, and get Pelosi to agree to sign everything forward so we can get this thing rolling. Because we cannot afford another stall come mid-month, February 15th, the economy apparently is going to be affected again when a forced partial shutdown occurs in our government because Donald Trump and Nancy Pelosi can't agree. The Dow Jones is up above 25,000, 64 points up to 25,063. So we've had an uptick, positive views coming toward the weekend, but it's going to have to be a positive week to find solutions. And right now we've got two immutable people. Nancy Pelosi insisting that she wants to build up the 700-mile fence we have, but call it a fence. And Trump saying, "Oh, I don't care what you call it," but he's never once called it a fence. The reason why Trump won't call it a fence, and it goes back to when he took the idea from me, is we pitched the 1,000-mile fence back in 2008. And he was so impressed with it. Actually, Michelle Bachmann stole the idea. She ran with it in 2012 rather. Donald Trump liked it. He wanted to use it, but it was called a fence. It was always called a fence. Even I crafted the idea because I knew that a wall was unreasonable. And I was right. And here we are. Nancy's calling it a fence. Donald won't call it a fence. That's how stupid this discussion is. So I've come up with a few other theories. One of them is that the people that are running our government, the Zionists, are somehow working with the Russian Zionists, the oligarchs, and together they're fabricating a stall in our economy because they really want our country to collapse. They don't want our nation anymore. You see, rich people, corporations don't need nations. We're standing in the way of their big master plan of a global new world order. Nations are just a barrier to their great plan, the same plan that Hitler had of world domination, the same plan that Napoleon had of global domination, or Caesar. Every single person and scumbag who's come up with this plan, like the New World Order has right now, has failed because they want to dissolve the very boundaries that were designed to protect the regions from any invasion or any loss of resources. So the fence idea makes total sense. Nancy can't figure that out because she's off in La La Land wondering if we should just let them all in and make amnesty. Well, that would tell every person around the world to come on in and become a U.S. citizen through amnesty, which would be a disaster. So Nancy doesn't even have the ability to think past A plus B. Trump is the same way. He simply likes the idea. He copied the idea. He wants his idea as opposed to the fence. If it's a fence, then he will obviously have been taking my idea, the 1,000-mile fence, and running with it. All right, so Ralph Northam, Virginia's governor, is now trying to groom the entire world to hate anybody who freely speaks out or uses free speech. We have a story about a governor of Virginia who claims that he's apologizing for a racist blackface and KKK attire picture that appeared much earlier in his life. And I got to tell you, what they're trying to do is push this blackface thing out there, because I purposely did a blackface video in 2008 because I was censored in the media. I purposely did one, and I would do it again tomorrow because I believe that free speech is more important than political correctness. Mark me wrong if the First Amendment is in some way a political correctness amendment. I never heard free speech to be all about political correctness. This is the first time I've ever heard. The Democrats are misinterpreting what this country's all about.
Call from.
Yeah, you got to leave your name if you call up. Sorry. Yeah. I would never, ever apologize for doing a blackface impersonation of Barack Obama. There is no way I could have done it any other way. You know, we've been dealing with this issue for a long time, and you Democrats who are suffering from white guilt are clearly the problem. You don't understand what this country was predicated on.
Call from.
Right. Yes, go ahead, Michael. What's your question? Yeah, what is it? Dude, you're white. I can hear it in your voice. You're not even a black dude. I've never had one black person actually say that they felt it was racist. Zetterbeard, who comes in here all the time, he loves it. He says it's perfectly fine. You made fun of an okey-doke white guy named Barack Obama, who is clearly not black. He's more white than he is black, and everyone knows it. And the black people still feel like they need a president who's black. Barack Obama wasn't black. He was mostly Yemenis, maybe a little Kenyan. But his mother was mostly white and Yemenis. Yeah. Hey, let's take a look here at the possibility there's another story here besides the diversion story about a blackface guy. Oh, Trump hits at border wall action around State of the Union. Oh, we're all waiting for a State of the Union now. And Warren apologizes to Cherokee Nation for DNA test. Yeah, well, she's not going to get out of this one. She committed fraud, clearly fraudulent behavior. She perjured herself when she said she was Cherokee Indian, and now she claims she wants to run for president. I'm sorry, we've already got fraudulent people running for president. We don't need another one. This woman doesn't deserve the light of day, let alone a discussion about her DNA. She has half the DNA that most white people have that's Native American. Yeah, most white people are double the Native American DNA ancestry that she has. Yet she still collected all that money to go to Harvard, and she's not apologizing for that at all. She can apologize to the Cherokee Nation. That's not really solving the problem. She cheated to get her degrees. Anybody could have written down Cherokee Indian, or I could have written down Algonquin. I would have had a free ride and could go to Harvard. But instead, being I'm white, I was prejudiced against, and I'm a victim of affirmative action. She's clearly a victor, not a victim. She profited big time, and she can look at all her houses. That woman owes money back to the United States government, and I will make sure she's prosecuted for fraud. I guarantee that the Justice Department will prosecute Elizabeth Warren for fraud. I guarantee it. Statute of limitations still applies to the perjury and the money she got in the early 70s when she applied for money under the false pretense. Sickening to see that that's the person the Democrats have to represent them. This is no better than Hillary Clinton and Benghazi. Oh, I'm not going to do anything about Benghazi. Or this person, Bernie. I mean, the Democrats can't come up with a credible candidate. And then they've got this woman who allegedly slept her way to the top of as Attorney General in California, allegedly slept her way to get her jobs, Kamala Harris. This is crazy. She is the biggest socialist I've ever seen in my life. She makes Ocasio look less socialist. They both are completely out to lunch. They want to impose Medicare for all, when we already have Medicaid for all. Why do we need Medicare for all? And the costs, projections, are going to cost the American people and any tax-paying adults a huge amount. That's a big waste of time. It's not addressing the rising cost of health care. That's something we have to actually, work on. Hey, here's the 10 years challenge. People are putting their photographs out there, checking out whether they're older or younger and look. Well, this is a 10-year challenge. Iraq, 10 years later, there you go. Libya, 10 years later, gutted out wasteland. Yemen, 10 years later, gutted out whole. Syria, beautiful advanced Western culture city, Damascus, now just a complete pile of rubble. There's your 10-year challenge. Yeah. And you can thank America for all these horrible actions that we've committed under the two-party system. The Democrats and Republicans have led us astray, and all because they've been sucking up to the New World Order. You see, the New World Order and the global elitists, they don't care about us. They simply want people dead, and they want to check their weapons out. Okay, I'll check out your meme now. I just did. All right. Dave, have you ever met Captain Ron? No, I didn't. I never met Captain Kangaroo either. Is that an important question? You're working on your questions today, Howie. Remember, you have to come up with intelligent questions as opposed to brain dead questions. Thanks, Israeli-controlled America. There you go. So we've been doing the bidding of these Zionist elitists, New World Order oligarchs, and we're still doing their bidding. Now they're controlling our election. Now they're doing everything they can to manipulate Donald Trump. And you Republicans, boy, are you a waste of time. I'm applauding Rand Paul. I think Rand is doing great. I'm beginning to like the guy. And as you know, he just collected $585,000 in that lawsuit for that guy beating him up. Congratulations. But Rand Paul is actually standing up and saying, pulling out of Syria and Afghanistan, which his father supported as well, is a good move. How is that making us more vulnerable, or is it premature? He's questioning the Republican leadership, and I like that. And I support the Tea Party. I want the Tea Party to rise in the Republican Party again. I want them to have a big role. But I'm not a Tea Party person. I'm a little bit more socially liberal than that. Yes, the container wall, if it gets hit with a bulldozer, it will explode on impact. It'll be set for detonation. We'll probably put claymore mines under each point at the base. Sure. If a side of the container flips off, it'll just blow up. Yeah, we can bury the claymore mines without impacting anybody outside the wall. It's not a big deal. It would affect anybody tunneling underneath. It would blow them to smithereens. Oh, you wouldn't want to do that, would you? Well, then again, they're trying to tunnel under our wall. They found a big hole in one of the walls recently. And I think that's certainly something we could, address. A series of solutions could come around that would prevent tunneling operations. Let me just put a few things in my collection. I've got an Olivia O'Brien Love Myself video later tonight. And another one, the Bell Stars, Eco, Rain Man. I'm going to add that to our videos. Fair use gives me the ability to, look at these things as something that would be interesting. Let's put that in there too. You can add videos to our show. It's something that, we like to look at videos after hours, not when we're recording. I don't need that. No, I don't want to denigrate women. Okay, Oma, what's going on? Okay, I don't really know what you're showing me, Oma. So here's a woman who decided to, change the skin color. And this is something she said she feels better as a black woman.
More black, more darker, and going curly.
So we should explain this a little bit further, because this has changed. Martina has come around because of these tanning injections, and it was one of your surgeons that recommended that you should use these tanning injections because you weren't getting the deep tan that you wanted just by going out into the sun. So how was that kind of sold to you? Was it explained that this would be a side effect?
So if people are okay with people cutting their penises off, like all the Democrats seem to be okay with people cutting their penises off, which is psychotic behavior in my opinion, they would probably be okay with a woman injecting melanin in her skin, don't you think? And having, her breasts enlarged. I mean, let's not be critical of anybody. I mean, I think the Democrats should take their accusation of racism and stick it up their ass. If they're offended by black people, then they should just admit they're racist. Yeah. In fact, the Democrats are racist. What am I saying? Look at George Wallace. He was a Democrat. That's the most racist thing any governor ever did, was to stand up to a woman trying to get into college. Rightfully so. I mean, the Democrats have been racist forever. I mean, why are they accusing other people who just simply have melanin injections or rub some blackface on their face as being racist? It's terrible. So if you're going to accept everybody, self-injurious people, people that want to install penises with fleshy objects, from their thigh, that's what a woman does. That's what Chaz is facing. Chastity, formerly Chastity, Cher's son, she's looking to get that final installation of a penis with a pump action installation. Her mother doesn't want to pay for it. I don't blame Cher for not wanting to pay for it. I think Chaz should just join Starbucks and get a job there. That's what all the transgenders in my area are doing. The pump action penis that they offer lesbians. Yeah. Yes, you can install a penis. There's two different ways. Do some research on this. You'll get very educated. There's one that they take a portion of the thigh and they wrap it in a circle and they form a little cylinder with some fleshy, and then I don't think Cher should pay for her daughter's sex change operation. I think it's ridiculous. But Chaz should consider going to Starbucks and working as a Starbucks Batisteria, or whatever they call them.
Call from.
Hey, Riley. Yeah, go ahead, Riley. What's the question? Okay, you know how to talk? What's your question? Yeah, I can hear you. Fine. Go ahead. What's your question? God, these people are like, you can tell in their voice they've never been in a fight in their life. And then they threaten to kill me on a nightly basis. They've never stared down the back end of a barrel of a shotgun. I've had that happen to me many times. It's like I'm talking to the most frightened little cowards on earth when they call in. It's crazy. You didn't hear them because they're just death threats. Every night we just get death threats. It's crazy. Double barrel shotgun, yeah, fully pumped, Howie. I've had it held to my head. I moved up here from Los Angeles, California, the city, where I had a lot of encounters with death threats. And when I moved up to this beautiful island out here on the coast of Washington, I thought for a second that it'd be safe. And I was working in town, doing some advertising, and I was going to town one day, and I was following behind a big suburban vehicle. Suburbans they get like 3 miles per gallon, the old Suburbans. And this vehicle looked like it had never come out of the woods except maybe once every 6 months. Had a gun rack, the whole thing. GMC, really the worst gas mileage on earth. So they made their one trip into town apparently, but I was following behind it about 10 feet, and he was going about 30. A little too close. Problem was, it was a 50-mile-an-hour zone. Okay, so I just, passed him. I put my signal on, I legally passed him, and I went to town. I thought that was the end of it. They followed me into town, got out of their Suburban, grabbed their shotgun off the back end of their rack, got right out of the car and went right up to me as I was going to make a sales call, pumped the shotgun, barreled it, held it to my head, and said, "I'm going to blow your head off, motherfucker!" Thank you. And I handled that, no problem. So death threats don't really bother me. Yeah. Well, you can take the clip, anything you want. Any of these videos you can chop up. You do have free editing abilities on the internet. You don't understand. Everything you perceive with violence is perceived as a death threat. And if you were to threaten anybody in public, that's how they would perceive it too. It just amazes me how frightened people are. And you can hear the cowardness in their voice. It's like a certain background of cowardness. They're frightened. That's why they're threatening people through phone lines. I don't have the brand name. It's in the closet. I'd have to go get it. It's from the 1970s, Howie. Gold is at 1317, making positive territory, 0.07% up. Thanks, Dow Jones. Well, I heard a lot of bad things about Washington State before I moved up here. But I never realized that there were a lot of people up in this area that are like that until I moved up here. But when they want to throw your head off, you really have to, pull back. Oh. Wow. Melko's dad. Well, Melko's dad, your son, Moving Nerd, says he's been working full-time if indeed he is Melko. He's been working full-time at the procurement center, Jeff Bezos' procurement center, as a supervisor. Is that true, or did he lie to us? Well, Ellen DeGeneres, she's got her own deal going with Mandalay Bay. Remember that interview with Jose Campos? That was weird. Well, it's not just some rednecks. There are a lot of rednecks up here. I'm sorry, but I have not made a friend in this area in all the time that I've been here. Really? You email Ellen and you tell her that? Really? Wow. Yeah, I have not made a friend in this area. I can't talk to anybody. I absolutely have nothing in common with anybody in this area. I thought I had a friendship going with one person, but they ended up being a real idiot. My attorney. Oh yeah, I've never seen a bigger idiot in my life. Letter containing white powder sent to Empire.
Chicago police are releasing these new images of people they want to question regarding the alleged homophobic and racist attack against Empire actor and singer Jussie Smollett. Authorities are asking for the public's help in
I don't buy this. This is yet another CNN constantly wafting the flame of hate crime. It's designed to make us all so fearful of hate crimes that we want to implement plans to take away everyone's right to speak out. We're fighting for freedom of speech here. I don't want to play something like that. No, sir, Dave, Melko's never had a job. We used to give him pocket change before he was kicked out of our home. He's not working. That is false. He's collecting Social Security disability income for his severe autism. Thank you, Melko's dad. Yeah, well, we were wondering why your son was fixating on our show for the past 6 years. I'm very sad that you had to go through this. We've had to endure him and his 200 identities. But he hasn't escalated to a higher state of concern yet. Yeah. Apparently the disability check for his autism keeps him in check. When they get a check, they usually don't go really crazy. They're kind of kept in one place. So I think you're probably better off just letting him collect his check and find his own way in this world. After all, he's over 18. You can let him evolve as his own individual. Well, threatening people and telling them you want them to die is a death threat, an indirect death threat. Silver is migrating to 15.90, making a kind of a jump. So silver is migrating forward. That's good. Well, telling them you want people to die is one step closer to a death threat. It's not technically a death threat, but is it making you feel better? Yeah, because if it's making you feel better, you're taking risks by doing that. I would not do it. I mean, she has security staff at Mandalay Bay that could be investigating you. You don't want to threaten anybody. Well, especially on something that's traceable to your IP. I mean, she has a security staff. She should. Ellen DeGeneres doesn't want people, going after her. Silver is an $18 to $20 commodity in the next 10 years. I'm thinking a lot more than that. I think silver will be the silent winner for a lot of investors. I heavily invested in silver many years ago, just because I wanted to shore up my losses from gold. Yeah, many people lose money on gold quite a bit. Gold, if it can hold its own, but silver has a greater chance of remaining on the market because it's easier to produce. But there's a lot of paper and silver, paper gold, paper silver that's altering the market, teetering its balance away from the tangible metal itself. If the silver and gold market gets down to the real metal and all the paper silver certificates and the gold certificates that are held by COMEX, the New York Mercantile Exchange, if they all go belly up, all your silver and gold, your tangible silver and gold will skyrocket in value. That's a fact. It's been manipulated for the past 20 years. It could reach $30 the next 5 years. Absolutely. It went to 50. I knew people that cashed out of silver at $52, I think was the highest point it got. And it happened during the most tumultuous period of the mortgage debacle in 2009. It's not freedom of speech to threaten somebody. No. That's considered, just like you can't scream fire in a theater, that's not protected by freedom of speech. It would create a panic and you'd hurt people. Okay, I'll check this out.
Thank you SimpliSafe for sponsoring this video and helping to make what we do possible. Kinglake here in Victoria is an area that has been horrendously affected by forest fires. Only years ago, this property that I'm standing on right now was absolutely engulfed in flames.
Wow, okay. So here's a tiny house video. We play this stuff at night, and people really understand the freedom that tiny house living is affording people. And they're popping up all over the country, these tiny houses, with off-the-grid models like this with a solar panel system. Yeah, thank you for that link. I'll add it to tonight's link. We always like that. And I have a tiny house section too, I put it in. Our new playlist is 1902 for the second month in 2019. 2019-02. Great. Well, I know a lot of you, invested in silver and gold over the years, and you're holding on to it, so you're hoping that it'll go up. But it's a long strategy. But if it does go up to 50, sell. Yeah, If it ever makes it to 50 again, sell. I know I would. I don't trust the, I'd sell some of it. I don't trust the market at higher than $30 for silver. But if you can wait till it gets to 50, you definitely should sell it. Yeah, well, Gardy Lewis knows people who live in college that with a tinfoil lined closet growing weed. I know. That's illegal in a lot of states. But now you can grow weed recreationally for your personal use in states like California and Maine and Missouri, Michigan. Bless you. And you can do a lot of that stuff to keep, rolling forward. If we have legalized weed across the country, we'll be able to actually help provide, a future for some people that don't know what to do. Believe it or not. And I'm going to make a provision so you don't have to register to grow it professionally. You just have to pay a tax, a 10% tax for growing it, the amount you sell. And that'll make it easy for people to have their own grow operations. I want massive production of cannabis in 2021, all the way to I want our economy to rebound, because I have a feeling we're going to be able to create derivatives that will be able to export around the world. It's so powerful. And it's such a demand now. It's growing day by day. They say it's a $30 billion market coming in America. Right now it's floating around a $2 to $3 billion market, but they say it's a $30 billion market in America. I do shows for my cars, Jim, whenever we have power outages. I almost did one tonight. Yeah, we had an internet shutdown today, about 3 hours. So I was preparing to do a car show tonight. But luckily it got fixed. Yeah, why are major DNA companies sharing genetic data with FBI? Because the FBI is owned by the Illuminati, and they want a digital fingerprint of everybody in the world. It's true. Well, we don't need to build new fuselages. The tubular fuselages are better for flying. The blimp plane would be better with a tubular fuselage than a spherical one. Right. I think you're probably more interested in Hollyweed. We can talk about that. Or we can just erect the White House and talk about the dangers of RF frequencies, like right here. Dave can work with Boeing. I can work with Boeing on that, yeah. I can't actually work with companies because I don't want to work for any corporations. I refuse. I consider corporations to be inherently evil. But I also consider the government to be inherently evil, just completely letting corporations dominate politics. So, Oma's on Cam 4, really? I don't think she's there. Maxine Waters told people to harass Republicans. It is okay for people to gather around Republicans in restaurants and scream, "You assholes!" It is legal. Yeah, it could be disturbing the peace, but it's technically legal for people to gather around. And Maxine Waters wasn't asking them to create a riot, just put pressure on a bunch of Republican hard asses that don't seem to care. I think a lot of you have been demonizing the Democrats, and a lot of you Democrats have been demonizing the Republicans. Yeah. I liked Godfather's salad bar. You know, I used to go to their pizza parlors in our area. They had a good salad bar. I don't know what they're doing now, but I like pizza parlors that have salad bars. I think they're great. I think we need more salad bars in America. More roughage. Most people who are living on pizza end up getting diverticulitis at 35 years old or something. I doubt that. Well, I've always loved big salad bars, but in our area, we've lost a lot of our salad bars because most of the people in our area are like I was describing the guy who held a shotgun to my head. Well, you get beer and bud out here, buddy. You people work for beer and bud. I'll never forget that. I had to collect on a. Oh, it was a terrible situation. I won't even get into it, but I had to approach some people one day for some money for a job I did, and they said everybody works for beer and bud around here. Like, what? I don't know where in the world isn't the word cash somewhere in there? I don't know. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, David. How are you?
We're doing good. Yeah, everything's going along just pretty well overall. Thank you. Oh, my jacket. So are you hanging in there? You got the tea and...
Yeah. I submitted...
Oh, you did?
My master's. I still have another thing to do, but
Great.
almost.
You got it in the
One
submission.
more thing.
One more thing. Sarah is so close to finishing her master's. She's been working diligently.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just plug away.
Yep. You're really, I think, one of the best students I've ever seen because you're so diligent. Her study skills are solid. I mean, I've never seen anyone with such amazing study skills. And she just plows through. She's very, very, very non-stop in her effort.
How do you move a mountain? One shovelful at a time. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
That's right.
Well, I would never eat an elephant.
I wouldn't eat an elephant. Okay, we're going to be processing some news tonight. That's not a very appropriate picture for our show, Tom. Yeah. See? What should I do with him? Kick him? Or leave him? Tom, don't send any pictures like that anymore. Okay, I'm going to step out.
Can you play Can't Stop? Maybe later. Yeah, neither do I, Moving Nerd. I think I did that. I don't know. Never really did that. I'm so glad you see David as such a captivating speaker. He really is. I'm more like the other guy, the boring person. Well, every time David plays it, he gets monetized, Ivan, so he always has to play it after he has his recorded broadcast. Stop what? Stop drinking the tea? Hello, Misanthropy. Hello, Drowsy. I was feeling a little drowsy. Well, no, just tired. Difference between drowsy and tired. Tired, just run down. David's like Howard Stern and Sarah's like Robin, like Batman and Robin. It is going well. I'm almost done. I submitted my capstone project, research project, right up today, and then I need to still create a presentation based on that. Just basically a PowerPoint slide using the same information. It's not necessarily a thesis. It's called a capstone project because it's actually action research. I had to go and do a research project. Yes, I do know a capstone is, well, usually the capstone is on the archway and it's at the top holding it together, and a cornerstone is at the side of a building and it's holding up the building. I have never moved or placed a capstone, but in my master's program, they call it a capstone project rather than a thesis. It's a little bit different anyway, but I basically have two things to do. I still have to make the PowerPoint, but all that is like cutting and pasting from the capstone project. That's pretty funny, misanthropy. Some call it a master's thesis, and some have moved away from GS6 filing, too. Okay. Yeah, for my Mensa scholarship, I looked on this one website that had, I forget what it was called, but it had all kinds of cool links to all kinds of scholarships, no matter what you could think of. It had different scholarships on there. And I just started going through the list, and if there was something that I was even remotely, like, I was like, oh, I meet all of those qualifications, like, some were like, only to African American females. I'm like, well, I can't apply to that one, but I just started applying to any scholarship that I could. So I sent out like 5 different applications, and the one that I said they sent back and like, you received a scholarship, here's a check, was for Mensa, and it was writing about how I envision education, the future of education. And I think the only quote I remember from that is that I don't believe in a cookie cutter education, because children are all individual. They're not cookies. Yeah, it was a tiny scholarship, but the cool thing was, better than the scholarship was the actual document. I should show it to you guys sometime. I don't have it at my house. I keep it in a secure location. But I have the actual, like, the paper. And then what was cool, and then I started going to the college I'm going to now, which is an online college, and I applied for a scholarship there and received it. Which was really good, which is like the going back to school scholarship or something like that. I have USB projectors, but not for a Nintendo Wii. It's more for a interactive projector. Hooked up to your computer. Children may not be cookie cutter, but they all grow into it eventually. You think they all grow up to eventually be the same? I think each one of you are individuals. Every person I've met is an individual. I don't know, 478. You're probably right. I haven't really had too many horrible experiences, so. You're right. You're right, actually. Some police people and some systems believe in indoctrinating everyone to be cookie cutter, and everyone has to think the same way, group think. Nice, Jim Bob. But in reality, people are not the same. If you just get to know them, they're not. They don't, Howie. What are you talking about? Maybe socialization in the past has taught people to do that. But they don't, Howie. They don't. I would say there has been social pressure in some ways, because there's been objectification of women in the media in the past, and that is more of a problem than parents. Parents aren't doing anything of that nature. I did not know Scissor Fight. I don't think Scissor Fight is female. Give you an example of how people are so unique. One, we all have a unique fingerprint, but really, people all have unique experiences. Even all of us sitting in the same chat room, you have a different perspective than I do. And you bring all of your experiences with you into the current understanding of what you're doing and what you're seeing right now. So your emotional reaction to the same... Well, I completely disagree with you, Howie. Their emotional reaction to the same event can be totally different. Like, some people might agree with Howie, and I completely disagree with him. It's also people are breaking indoctrinated beliefs. Like in the past, there were people had to smile, and they would say that women could not explain their thinking and men had to explain it for them. And a lot of that is changing. Howie, it should start with you. You need to teach people about washing. Start a video on YouTube. See if it goes viral. People need to, if you think people really need to wash more. I think a lot of people can work hard to free themselves from indoctrination. It's okay to be a narcissist. You are an island inside yourself. They won't let you make a video or start a class. Ghost, are you indoctrinated? Good to know. Ghost, what prevented you from being indoctrinated? Yes. Do you consider yourself an incel? I might be a cell sometime, but not an incel. Because if I'm a cell, then it's it's voluntary. I'm sorry. I think the issue wholesale. I think that the issue with incels is that it is about confidence and going up to people and talking to them. Just talking to them. Start with a conversation. But a problem is also with our technology, because we all, well, in some ways, I thought technology was the answer, because with the technology, you see somebody in a coffee shop. In the old days, they used to be reading a book. You could go up to them and be like, "Oh, what is the book you're reading? That's interesting." But now they're on your tablet and you don't know, are they reading a book? Are they playing a game? Are they talking to someone? Are they into a very intense text conversation? And it's, so technology phones have actually decreased one-on-one communication, deep one-on-one communication. Now, if you just say, "Hi, you're beautiful. Would you like to go for coffee?" And the person says, "No." "Well, thank you very much anyway. Have a lovely day." Then that is not harassment in any way, shape, or form, because you do not know if it is unwanted advances. Harassment is when it is unwanted advances. And how are you to know if it's unwanted if you don't ask? But I also thought that technology when you live your lives with could've and would've, you end up with very shouldy. Saying hi to people is totally fine. Asking someone to go to a coffee is totally fine. Telling someone they're beautiful is totally fine. You're beautiful. Okay, what do you tell them, Misanthropy? How would you ever go on a date if you don't ask? Besides, they can go out of their league and maybe it'll work out. And if not, it gives them practice. No, I completely disagree, Kingers. That might be the way a guy approaches it, but that's not the case for a woman. A woman takes compliments from everybody. Yeah, most American men are blown out by 30. Same for men. You're all judgy of women, Howie, but I think the same can be said about men. Wow, 478 recently asked a coworker if she wanted to do something, go to coffee or something like that. Yeah, it's not difficult. What about the, wasn't it one of those dating apps was supposed to solve that issue, the incel issue, but I guess not. Some men just want that, Howie. Yeah, so maybe it is a tech problem. That's true. We do have a huge work ethic here in America. I think women have a strong work ethic in America. Okay, some Americans have a strong work ethic. I think you need to just move away from your area, Howie. Didn't you say everyone around you is doing drugs, and now you're saying there's a huge amount of people that are obese? You just need to move to a healthier community where people aren't doing drugs. Seattle's great because, well, there is a lot of marijuana there, I guess. But yeah, you need to move to somewhere where people are healthier and get outside. I think it totally does vary by location. Okay, then Portland. A lot of people do. Yes, I am 433. That's a good point, 478. Moving nerd like Squim, Washington. Women's suffrage is excellent. Sorry, ghosts. I know. Why do people dislike America? America is awesome. Yes, America's workforce has lost a lot of loyalty to a company. You say because our benefits are so much lower than other countries in comparison. That's true. And it's also, there is this millennial generation that thinks they're going to change jobs every 5 years. But I think that settles down. They settle down when they're like 40. Really? Same amount of rain as LA and Squim? Wow. I have only nice things to say to you, chicken. All the time. Wow, that's pretty cool. Are you guys expecting any snow in Squim? Go for what you want. And the classes I'm teaching or the classes where I'm a student? Don't worry, be happy. Yeah, we're expecting snow here too, I hear. I agree with Misanthropy. Things are different than when David and I were single. Yes. How many phone calls did I make today? Or met with parents today? 3, maybe this week, 5. Six, maybe 5. Blurting, laughing at inappropriate comments, or laughing all the time, and not keeping their hands and feet to themselves. David is amazing, 544. Oh, God, that drives me crazy. Like, what is so funny? I think I just don't have a sense of humor. Like, well, my sense of humor is like Dr. Meow's sense of humor, I think. I don't know if he said that to be funny, but certain things he says, I'm like, that's funny. But most of the time, no. Ah. Yes, children are very accepting of technology. That's true. Are you copying that from something, Drowsy?
Have me my drink if you could. Get that warmed up. Thank you. There we go.
It doesn't disturb me at this age group, but if I were teaching college, I would have a conversation with those types of students. I was pretending to laugh. Sorry. As I was pretending to laugh, you got a glimpse of John Lennon. All right. I'm glad your mom thinks you're cool. Okay. Yes. I do remember Macintosh. Well, was it the see-through back or was it like a colored back? You're right, because I think China is keeping that kind of hush-hush. The China social credit system. I don't think they're really advertising it. They're just doing it. You should see the Black Mirror episode on social credit. Then you'll know what it is. I am 5 feet 11 inches tall. No one here has paid any attention to David except for Misanthropy. Good job, Misanthropy. Five feet 11. China's bringing back the death penalty. Are they bringing back their death mobiles where they travel around? That's what I thought, Moving Nerd. But maybe it is for a woman. I don't know. Today they did. Yes, I have heard of those organ harvesting mobile medical units. No, I didn't watch the Snowden movie. What was it called? No, I didn't watch it. It's probably good to wear a hairpiece, pirate. Women do tend to like men with hair, just like I'm sure men like women with hair on their head. It's just called Snowden. Okay. That's pretty funny. Thank you. You think the White House looks good on me. Thank you. Is Snowden on Amazon or on Netflix? You have a friend who's balding, but you don't think he knows. Should you tell him? No, just suggest he wear a baseball cap. Wait, don't really do that, because I have this theory that people who wear baseball caps actually go bald faster. Because it keeps all the oil or whatever it is in your head, and it just makes your hair fall out faster. Just buy him some avocado shampoo. Snowden, the movie, is almost shot for shot a remake of the Snowden documentary that came out right before the movie. The only difference is one has actual Snowden in it. Well, yes, David does have a large forehead to accommodate a larger brain pan than most people. Yeah, that's my theory, 478, about baseball caps. Feed him vitamins if he's losing his hair. Okay.
Yeah, the dinner will be done in about 10 minutes.
Most people in Washington, I think, are like me. They don't imbibe in marijuana.
I would say that that's probably not true. It's in Washington, I'd say it's 50-50.
Well, if you're actually dating a woman, then you can ask her to wash.
Howie's still obsessed with everything. You know, it's
Actually,
so
you
weird.
could say, "Can I give you a bath?" Then you can teach her how to wash.
Yeah, right. Yeah, everyone should learn how to wash. Yeah, Howie could be a professional bath assistant. It's hilarious. Well, good luck with that. I don't know why the show keeps devolving into Howie's problem with smelling women. It's the weirdest thing.
I don't get it either.
I think he's just so different that he's taken us off into that idiosyncratic tangent every single night. Thank you, Sarah. 10 minutes or so, it should be ready for you to
Oh, thanks.
help yourself to all the meat. I can eat the chili later.
Oh, okay.
You
I
know,
was thinking of eating it, but...
well, it's whatever you want. Have the chili instead, but just turn the stove off then, or have some Brussels sprouts in the chili. Either way, sounds good. Whatever.
Save the chili for you.
What? No, whatever you want. I mean, the chili's good too. I'm not a devout Catholic. I don't have to eat eat fish on Friday.
Yay.
Yeah, I know. Jeez. You know, McDonald's started their filet of fish burger sandwich because of that. A lot of Catholics would just eat fish on Friday, so McDonald's had to come up with a fish filet. And then, ironically, Donald, it's his favorite food. Yeah, I'm sure he eats other things, but I mean, it's not a hairpiece. It's my real hair. You know, we don't have a specific number of people. This is all based on volunteerism, and because we have been censored so heavily over the past 10 years, our infrastructure is completely, it's an organic infrastructure. You can't really expect this to, evolve when you don't donate. So what I did was I just built the show around entertainment and news.
Call from
No calls. You have to definitely understand that the most demand is for entertainment and news. So we deliver that. And it's free. And I don't get paid for this. So it's nice to be able to have an unfiltered view of everything with open commentary and the ability for Americans to just talk about common things that happen in the country. And I don't know why Donald Trump would want to compliment Kamala Harris. Kimberly, okay. Hi, Kimberly. Yes, Kimberly, what can I do for you? It's so funny. The cowards that call in with the death threats. I get 3 death threats a night by phone. We never get people calling in to talk about issues. It's funny. So most of the show is about people calling in with death threats. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Very few people even have a coherent thought in their head right now because of the obvious brain control that's been going on in our society, that only the trolls call up to threaten my life. Isn't that nice? You get 3 free pizzas a day. How do you do that? What do you go to the back of the store and ask for a free pizza? How should I know? You're Jewish? Are you? What's going on with YouTube? Let's take a look. Oh, we're not making fun of you if you're Jewish. You're welcome to come in here. We're not anti-Semitic here. I'm anti-Zionist. Pac-Man dying sound effect. Very funny. Is it in your old eyes? What are you saying? Could you focus on topics as opposed to death threats? I know. They're no fun at all, Guest 77. Thank you, iVlog. We were holding in all this nasty talk until Sarah left? Oh, wow. So you're having like a purge moment. Well, I don't take any of them seriously because the people that are calling me are obviously like cowards. You can hear it in their voice. They're like frightened little kittens. I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to beat you up. It's so pathetic. None of them have ever had a gun held to their head like I have. Well, Sarah's just giving you the last of her day. I mean, normally she talks to 8-year-olds. You guys are a second best alternative. So, yeah, she gives her whole day to second graders. So. Well, I just handle a lot. That's why I handle it better. But we're really trying to refine our conversations to actual cohesive subjects so we could actually talk about something. Other than, the idea that Jeff Bezos' private investigators questioned the mistress's brother over leaked text reports. Now that is interesting. How a man with his stature and power could possibly expect his cloud storage of his sex pics to be safe. He must be a total buffoon. I mean, how did he get his wealth other than by covet means? Did you get the name of that coat for me? What coat? No, I didn't. And nor would I. I'm not thinking it's important because obviously your tangential statement is of no value here. We have a very nice, calming, reminiscent moment with Jeff here. Let's play it. Hold on. Adjusting settings to slow speed. Now we will go to normal speed. He who laughs the loudest, he who laughs last, laughs the loudest. All right, that's the real laugh of Jeff Bezos. Thank you. So he's going to be going to look into the brother of his girlfriend. What a mess, you know? Love and marriage. The googly eyes, little makeup on your dong. What? I'm not sure what you're talking about. A problem troll embedded. So he's going to question the mistress's brother. All right. Baby, hi honey, I'd like to call you up, but oh, I'd love to smell you. I would love to smell you. That's what he said in one of his text messages to her. He wanted to smell her. Oh, poopsie whoopsie. I want to know if your brother leaked pictures of my penis. Oh, please tell me. His mistress, Lauren Sanchez, brother, might be involved. Gavin DeBecker, Bezos' private security person, told Daily Beast that the investigation into the leaked pictures and texts have led to look at Michael Sanchez, the brother of Bezos' lover. Wow, Michael Sanchez and Lauren Sanchez. This is getting intense. He's been among the people that we've been speaking with and looking at. Yep, so I'm hoping that we'll get to the bottom of this, because Bezos should not put his stuff in the private. You know, you might as well just publish your stuff online in Amazon.com on the main page, Jeff. You know, just put your penis picture out there. Get ahead of this blackmail that's going on. Everybody's got one, right? Except those people that want theirs removed. And the women, of course. Women don't have penises. No offense, ladies, but... David, how can I tell if a woman washes from a distance? What's your secret? Well, I think you need one of these, Howie. We've talked about this in the show, but you're again fixated on the subject, so it's not transphobic. I actually really think transgenders are mentally ill. I do. I'm going to part with the Democrats in that one. I don't think cutting your penis off makes you a normal person. I'm sorry. Call me old-fashioned. Yeah. Yeah, we have pictures of a type of device that you could use. And if you spend the money on this, Howie, this will probably give you what you need. You'll be rolling around the neighborhood smelling bicycle seats by the time you're done with this. My humor is just not, it's not like landing spot on right now. Explain this. How does a person who makes $190,000 annual salary accumulate over $26 million? Correction, make that $120 million in net worth. That's how much net worth Nancy Pelosi now has. This is an old meme. Yeah. All right, we'll get you the item. Okay, so this device is available. You just have to pay for it. It's called an olfactometer. And because your olfactory senses are involved, the smelling, you can get this online right now. I think Amazon has it for olfactometer. Let's see. Amazon.com. Olfactometer. Oh, yeah, that's what you need. Moving Nerd says, yeah, he agrees. And once you get this, you'll be set for life, right? Let's go to Amazon.com, looking for the olfactometer. Here we go, Amazon. Yeah, and then wherever you go, whatever bar you go, you just point it at all the women in the bar until you get the woman that you like the smell of, and it'll tell you the actual number. We'll read out olfactometer. Laser guns? No. Gee, I thought Amazon would have it. Do I have to go to eBay for this? Yeah. Wow, I'm going to have to go to eBay for this. Oh my gosh, there may be a possibility, Howard, we don't have one for you. Search Bezos nudes on Amazon. Nope. Olfactometer Tie-Tack. Hardcover book about electronic noise technologies and advanced machine olfaction. You get a book about it. Nope, I'm so sorry, Howie, you can't get this device. It's only available to law enforcement personnel, and specifically those who are in Colorado right now. So if you contact the Colorado State Police, ask them if you can access their olfactometer provider, and you'll be good to know. Or you can hire one of these. These are aardvarks that are on hire anywhere in the country that have long snouts. That's pretty pathetic. Yeah, that's disgusting. That's almost like a weird, I don't know what that is. It's like some sort of a glory hole shot. It's like so weird. I don't know if the aardvarks wash, but... Well, wait a second, Sniper. What's going on? What's your problem? Oh, you're angry at 850? Okay. He's so angry he got his number wrong. 840. He is angry. He's starting to misspell even letters because he's so angry. Just relax, Sniper. Nobody's attacking you. David, I put a picture of your penis on Amazon. Not my penis. Everyone that it was a picture of a doorbell. So sad. Oh, I see. See, you're suffering from mushroom penis, the supposed Stormy Daniels depiction of Donald Trump's penis. I don't know where this Friday night devolved into sex talk, but I appreciate your interest, because this is about the last chance you'll ever have of ever having sex again. Most of you have been sterilized. Yeah. The genetically modified food, for instance, the corn that you're eating, has epicide in it, which causes sterility in human populations. So most of you have been sterilized. But if you are lucky enough by chance to ever have a child in the future, in this dystopian future that you've chosen to live in, you will find out that it's probably not what you think it was. It may be mutant. I hope all of your children are going to come out normal. I'll pray for you. Well, what is Robuscules' deal? I'll unban him as long as he behaves and doesn't talk negatively about Sarah. I'll unban him, okay? There you go. Congratulations. We're against vaccines here. I am. Sarah supports vaccinations, but I personally feel that forced vaccinations are too much. And this recent measles scare in Washington, I think, is being pumped up by the pro-vax people. They want to herd inoculate our entire population, and I don't know what's more sacred than our bodies. So when we talk about freedom, there's a red in this for a reason, because blood was drawn so that we could have freedom. Not so that they could stick needles in us. Yeah, my great-great-great-great-great-grandparents fought in the Revolutionary War. Okay, I'll bring in Hyman. I'll unban. I'm feeling very generous here. I'll be unbanning Hyman. There you go. That username is not found here. Let's try another one. Maybe it's the spelling. Nope. Cannot be found. I can't unban everybody at iBlog. Not possible. No can do. I guess we got to get into the meat and potatoes of this show. I'm averting it because I don't really want to deal with the reality that all we're talking about is a blackface governor of Virginia. Now, he'll apologize. They'll make a big thing about blackface being racist in the eyes of the media. But blackface is not racist. It's actually imitation is the highest form of flattery. And when blackface was originally done many years ago by very famous people, the skit became, it led to what we have today, which was the rhythm and blues, and then came hip hop, and then rap, the descendants of the black music that has evolved. Yeah, and I don't consider rap my venue, my genre, but I like hip hop. And I definitely like, minstrel music from vaudeville years that were part of our history. So for the Democrats to rule blackface out as to ban it as racist, it's like standing there claiming that their own Democrats, like George Wallace, was not racist, even though he kept black people from going to college. So I don't think the Democrats really have a foot to stand on when referring to racism, when they were seen as racist for decades. In fact, the Civil Rights Act would never have been signed had the Democrats controlled Congress at the time. It was only a Republican Congress that passed the Civil Rights Act. The Democrats didn't want to actually sign it. The Southern Democrats said, we're all going to sign that thing. That gives the black people more power. We don't want to give them civil rights. So you got that element in the Democratic Party to this day. Down there in Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Texas. They're all over the place. Racist Democrats everywhere. So for them to call somebody who's blackface racist is ridiculous. It's like calling Richard Pryor racist for just simply making fun of all the white people he could and profit from it. Have you ever seen Richard Pryor's act? It's pretty sad. He was a sad case, I'll tell you. I don't know what happened to him. He admitted he had a 6-week relationship with a transgender in his book. But then he set fire to himself? I mean, talk about an imbalanced person. Seriously. He lit himself on fire. I don't consider him awesome. I consider him one step away from racist. But I loved Richard Pryor's humor because he used freedom of speech. And I don't care if he was a white racist against white people. He used freedom of speech, and that's exactly why I support anybody doing anything. You know, if I showed you whiteface right now, you'd be very happy with that. Yeah, there have been a lot of very famous whiteface people. Let me put this out there on the screen. Yeah, my pro-marijuana stance is exhibited in this shirt. Yes. Pro-marijuana. Yes. Oh, definitely. Weed the people. That's right. So we have photographs of other people who have put on. Here's Snoop Doggy Dogg. Look at this. This is Snoop Doggy Dogg pretending to look like a white guy. Now I don't call him a racist for doing that. It's all good, man. You gotta admit, he does look like a white man, David. Just give me a little bit of marijuana, I'll be fine, man. I could smoke a doobie, looking like this white man, David Svartheim. But yeah, I would have no problem, having an interracial rap session with Dave Chappelle, or Snoop Doggy Dogg. Here's Dave Chappelle in whiteface, another classic case of whiteface. So why are we making such a... He was hilarious before he was replaced by an MK Ultra puppet. Dave Chappelle went to Africa and came back somebody different. Even his own cousin says he doesn't even recognize him. There's Dave Chappelle. Look at that. See? And nobody said, oh, Dave Chappelle, oh, you're a racist. Nobody said that. Well, maybe Oprah did. But he looks a lot like me. Dave, if you could you come into the show and do my show in whiteface? Dave, I would very much like that. Well, it definitely looks like me. I think even using a black voice would help him look even more like me. Yeah, he looks very studious there, doesn't he? Hey, are we done talking about this stupid blackface story? My God, the media is trying to turn everybody into anti-racist. Anti-free speech is what it is. JapanSexVideo.info. I'm going to pass on that. Yeah, I'm going to not go to the Japan Sex Video site. Thank you. I'm not looking to meet any geisha girls tonight, although, ladies, you look beautiful. Okay, I'll try to. I Love Fry says, David, Scissorfight has banned so many, about hundreds, possibly thousands of chatters, many of whom would have donated thousands of dollars to you. I don't see that at all. Scissorfight's been just keeping you trolls trying to be better than you are, because you're not going to become honest. When you became a troll, you weren't honest to start with. So you're going to have to come to grips with the fact that he's a filter. He's a gatekeeper. We realized we were censored a long time ago. He doesn't even realize. Scissorfight doesn't even agree with me on the censor fight, the censoring that's been going on. But we have been censored so hard that we've been limited to just a finite group of people. Kicking a few people out of that room and giving you a place over here makes total sense to me. It doesn't really, it's not problematic. You have other places to chat. And we even have our YouTube, our Periscope option for many of you who have problems with the feed. If you have problems with the feed, we can get you on alfalfa or maybe even oats or something. As long as it's got Roundup in it, you should be fine. All my cattle are Roundup ready. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that we have so many people who are kind of grazing in life, you know, like a sheep. You know, they think everything's a joke, too. Trolls have been attacking us for years, like this Rodney character. With naturally derived hemp products. Hey, you're coming in better now. Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey, fantastic points on cannabis, man. You're on fire tonight. I'm really enjoying those new glasses. What are those, the cannabis cup glasses, or?
These are $900 Gucci's I got from a bag person in my area.
Are you really blazed right now?
No, not at all. Why would I be blazed? Jeez.
Why wouldn't you be? I mean, everyone else in the show is.
Yeah, I hear you, but it's no reason to put sunglasses on. I'm wearing the glasses just to show you how cool I am wearing these $900 Gucci sunglasses I got from a bag person.
How did you acquire them, Dave? I mean, was it by a trade, or did you make a donation? Or?
I met this guy in my area. I was talking to him about 11 o'clock at night. I was getting some food, and he said, "Hey, man, you know, what's going on?" I said, "Hey, nice to see you." He said, "Yeah, I get a lot of stuff out of the dumpster." And he told me how many things he got out of the dumpster. He got like 20 DiGiorno pizzas out of the dumpster. He was like amazing. And I saw him wearing these sunglasses, and I thought, wow, this is pretty interesting. And then I went home. The next day I went into town, and I went right to that bench, and I saw the sunglasses sitting there on a public bench. Yeah, true story. Scout's honor.
How many of those DiGiorno pizzas did you end up buying?
I never bought any. He's the guy who bought them, or actually he found them in the dumpster, along with ice cream, and he gave it to all his friends. You just see people stick together who care about each other, who aren't snidey, greedy scumbags who take from each other.
Dave, when it comes to dumpster diving, I mean, what's your limit? What's your ultimate line?
I've never dumpster dived.
Okay, I thought you had.
No, I'm not a dumpster diver. That guy was. He gave me nothing. I basically picked up these. These were the glasses he was wearing.
In other words, like, he does the diving, but you're the fence. You're the one who buys the product.
I never bought the product. No, I never bought the garbage, the DiGiorno pizzas. I didn't buy these. I got them for free. They were left there on the park bench. Most of these glasses I picked up for free. This was on a public.
I got Kellyanne Conway on the other line. I gotta call you back.
Anyway, yeah, that's a benchmark test for comprehension. Like Sniper thinks that I bought these glasses for $800. You didn't hear what I was saying. And neither could Rodney, because he was apparently lit or something. But yeah, I got them for free because I can't keep talking about this. I'm sorry. That's why I have the video. So I don't have to keep talking about it. It's crazy, man. Trump hits at border wall action around the State of the Union. So do you think he's going to do his State of the Union address with a backdrop of like a sample wall that he'll bring into the Congress, you know, like a prop? Wouldn't that be something? Oh, look at my slat fence. And you're telling me, Nancy, that I can't put my slat fence up? I don't understand. It's a wall, but I don't mind whatever you want to call it. I don't care. Okay, what is it really? It's Trump wanting his way. I want my way. I want my way. You can't win on this one, Nancy. No, 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 no.
Are you saying now you expect to declare a national?
I don't want to say, but you'll hear the State of the Union, and then you'll see what happens right after the State of the Union, okay?
You privately decided whether or not you will declare a national emergency, and just to clarify...
No, by privately, you know, what's in my mind?
What's in your
Well,
mind?
certainly thinking about it.
Okay. Yeah, privately. Like what's in his mind. Donald, we don't really care what's in your mind. All we know is what comes out your mouth and your tweeting messages. That's all we care about. Whatever goes on in your mind is between you and Vlade. Whatever he told you to think about. If you're required to think about something and Vladimir tells you secretly in a private conversation, and again, twice now, he's had secret conversations with Vlade. Look this, many people don't realize that Mr. Trump is owned by Mr. Putin. No question about it. Look at this. Trump met Putin without staff or note takers present again. Trump reportedly keeps finding a way to meet the Russian leader privately. Yeah, in Helsinki. Yeah, if you're a U.S. president, it's probably not a great idea to meet with a foreign leader who meddled in your country's elections without some way to record what's being discussed. But that's just what Trump apparently did. Again. Yeah. And this is January 29th, 2019, this article. So this is, I believe, his 5th secret meeting with Putin. Private meeting. I am not insensitive to Slavic people. You are ridiculous for saying such things. How can you even begin to say these things about me? I am clearly American. I even sound like American. Look at man, I think that you're a little bit too sensitive about your Slavic ancestry. You just wish you were Scandinavian, that's your problem. The Slavics are always so jealous of Scandinavians. Why don't Americans and Europeans wash their asses? Well, let's find out. So, I was really pleased to hear that most people in the world wash their asses after using the toilet, unlike many Western Caucasian majority countries, which people only use toilet paper. Ew. I understand that the tradition of wiping your bottom has been passed through generations, and I'm assuming it has to beep beep show more. Update, LOL, this is weird, but needs to be discussed. From what I've heard, South Americans use bidets, and so does Spain and Italy, the Middle East. You know, very good question for Freedom Friday night as to why Americans simply use flavored toilet paper. I don't know. But it works for us. And we also have showers. Why is it people around the world are so concerned? Well, if you go to Italy, you smell the rich smell of what? Olive trees or ass? When you go to Calcutta, what do you smell? Well, you smell Calcutta, the Ganges River. When you go to various places in India and people are defecating in the Ganges, what do you smell? Feces! Thank you. So don't make it sound like Americans don't wipe their ass enough. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is sexism, racism, and nationism. Scented toilet paper. Hey, honey, come smell my lemony fresh ass. There you go. That might be a winning thing for Charmin. You better not get to the high level at the Charmin advertising department and tell them about this new concept. You know, I've thought of something that I thought would be really very useful is carbon-lined underwear. I mean, truly, why haven't we seen carbon-lined underwear? So I went online looking on eBay, and I went and I searched the term carbon-lined underwear. And dang if I didn't find something. Let's see if I can do it again. Going to eBay. Carbon-lined underwear. Thermal topple, carbon line. Nope, there's nothing. I thought okay, let's try carbon line Depends underwear. Nope. No carbon. So I'm thinking, well, here's a great opportunity to make some serious money and start selling carbon-lined panties and underwear. Be a great opportunity. Hey, America's Third Party, my friend at the warehouse I work at told me about your show, specifically told me that you had proof that our former President Barack Obama has a homosexual, and our 44th First Lady was a transsexual named Michael. I'm intrigued. Is this true? Do you have proof of this claim to back it up? Yes, Kingers, I do. We have the Michelle Obama dance tape that she conducted on Ellen DeGeneres' her big performance when she was dancing with Ellen DeGeneres, and you can see for yourself that she clearly has a penis. Watch this.
Michelle. The United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president. We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down. Got it. Michelle is a trans. I'm sorry, she's a what? A transgender. We all know. Oh my gosh.
All right, I hope that helped you. I had to reset, but it's the closest we can get. We've got lots of photos of her penis. I mean, his penis, sorry. Thank you. I hope that helped you. We have irrefutable proof that we do have, yes, eBay has something. It's called Subtle Butt Reusable Gas Neutralizers. So this is not something I can patent or get money making, but Subtle Butt is reusable gas neutralizers, 5 activated carbon fart pads. Now for $21.93. Buy it now option. Free shipping. That's not bad. So if you've got a severe case of flatulence and you want to be fresh for people like Howie, who has an olfactometer waiting to stick up your, face. Hi, ma'am. You mind if I hook my olfactory meter up to your bottom? I mean, that's the world we're living in. That's how ridiculous the world has become. You never talked about stuff like this back in the old days. I'm from the old school, 1960s, when typically kids got to play with old guys in trailer parks and nobody said anything. And there was no weird molestation going on. Where people were innocent, but now all they fixate on is some sick sex act going on and some smelly butt, and that's all we talk about. Smelly butts and sex acts. It's like the world is devolved or something. Like we're barely human. We're like right above an animalian state. Doesn't it seem that way to you? Hey, welcome to Centrist Politics. I'm David Sponheim, and this is America's third party, somewhere down there. Yeah, and we do the show every day, despite all the odds of people trying to stop us. Now, some of you probably got a recall on your Panko chicken nuggets from Tyson Foods. 36,000 packages, 5-pound packages of Panko chicken nuggets, been contaminated with rubber. I was trying these things out at Costco, and I said, Sarah, this tastes like rubber. I swear, I said that. And she said, yeah, it's weird. I don't mind it. But no, seriously, don't eat those panko chicken nuggets. And I personally, if I were president right now, I would tell Tyson they could no longer produce chicken nuggets. I would outlaw panko chicken nuggets, yes. Yeah, you got to watch out for that stuff. I mean, any company that would put rubber in their product doesn't deserve to have that product. I mean, come on. I wouldn't tell them that their breast meat or their tenderloins would be shut down. I would just say, shut the panko business down right now. You know what I'm talking about? You got to stop this chicken nugget stuff. You know, I don't want people eating rubber. You know what I'm talking about? I do kind of like a, you know, strong arm technique there. You know, I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. So we're going to make a deal with Tyson to make him, you know, Tyson could actually become very good as a provider of natural fertilizer. We could actually help Tyson migrate to the future. My idea was to actually get Tyson talking to Monsanto, or what is now Bayer, and get Bayer to stop making fertilizers out of chemicals and go more toward a natural mix. Because Monsanto or Dow Chemical is another one we could actually work with. Dow would probably benefit from having a natural fertilizer, really. They've been painted out as a chemical company for so long that they've never migrated to a natural approach. They've poisoned the earth 1,000 times over, Dow Chemical has. We could go about it by attacking them and shutting them down and saying, but there are a lot of people working at Dow, you know? Right now they're employing thousands of people in Houston making resin shares. And I don't know how many people really need resin shares, but I mean, these things are being produced, and it takes 2,000 years for them to break down over their lifetime. Seriously. The more common resin shares are this of this variety right here, which nobody really wants to sit at unless you're at a gathering. This is a dangerous, toxic business. Another use of Dow Chemical would be to convert their resin production into polycarbonate production, and instead make translucent polycarbonate greenhouses that could virtually, provide a tremendous amount of like these, the Ocean Pipeline Project. That's what I would get Dow Chemical to do. You eat fish, not fish sticks. Well, depends on how hungry you are for fish sticks. I didn't buy GMO panko fish sticks, no. Never. I bought the ultimate fish stick. They sell them here. Trident Foods makes them up in Washington. They're the best. Badgerware has fart underwear too?
Here they are.
Oh, okay.
And they're used in chemical warfare suits, apparently, because they contain in the back panel a cloth which is activated carbon. Yeah.
Okay. Really? Oh, let me see.
So there you go. And apparently they're brilliantly effective. Yeah. Brilliantly effective.
But is it damaging?
And they look okay too. It's important. You're not... I'm just looking at how
but is it better out than in? I mean, can if you don't, should you let it out? Or I feel as if I'm doing myself an injury if I hold it.
Is somebody farting in the background? Or did they just overdub that? Madhouse plays a lot of fun movie stuff. I don't really track his stuff down there. As long as it's not porno, it's okay. Yeah, it's just music, fun stuff that he cuts together. Oh, some British accents makes me want to attack the screen like an angry robin. Oh, really? I like the ultimate fish stick made by Trident Foods. It's made out of 100% pollock, grown in the waters of Alaska. And it tastes great. You know what I do? Is I take a organic tortilla, and it's hard to find organic corn tortillas now. You have to really look. Organic corn tortilla, non-GMO, and I put 1 or 2 slices of this ultimate fish stick in the middle, and then I lay a piece of cheddar cheese, sliced cheddar cheese on top. I throw it in the microwave oven for about 2 minutes, and it is the best tasting food item I think I've ever eaten. I know that sounds crazy, but it's easy and it's tasty as all get out. Yeah, we'll have to do that. I don't do a microwave segment. I walk away from the microwave to protect myself from the radiation because they never really tested microwaves. They're potentially dangerous. They have analyzed microwaves next to an EKG hooked up to a man and a woman, and it does affect our body rhythms and heart movement when we're near the radio frequencies from a microwave. So there is an effect. Yeah, so I don't stand near them. Let me get the look of shock and disbelief. That's pretty good. Thank you. Hey, and thanks for coming into our show to hang out on your Friday night. It's always special to have people in our show watching our show, even though I don't really always behave as if I'm a robot. We have something to fear from robots.
AI is very real. According to Elon Musk, our chance of survival against it is 15%. Welcome to AI. As we advanced as a civilization, human thought became replicatable. Randomness, which we call creativity, has been duplicated in a mainframe computer. I am here to tell you that AI is real, and artificial intelligence poses no danger.
Okay, let's move on. I just have to play music every once in a while to kind of mellow out the show. But these are desalination chambers that could be used to provide a tremendous amount of fresh water. And Dow could create these things instead of resin chairs. So I don't see industry disappearing. And I'm not naive like the Democrats have been by saying we're gonna just penalize Dow Chemical till they do the right thing. But if we don't actually create solutions for their industry, as opposed to penalize them, they'll never ever go away. We have to redivert the flow of industry into different ways of doing things. Yeah, 300 million tons of garbage to be used to build a wall. I think you're onto something, Drowsy. Yeah, we got some people talking about the idea of sticking garbage at the border. Yeah. Big, huge piles of garbage. But isn't that what Tijuana did when they dumped their sewage into our oceans of San Diego? Right after Trump declared that we were, going to have Mexico pay for the wall. I don't know if you remember that, but yeah, Trump declared that Mexico was going to pay for the wall. Mexico is going to pay for it, and then that was the biggest lie of all. Now, former President Nieto of Mexico, he ordered the sewage dumped all out of Tijuana into the ocean, which is not exactly a nice thing to do, but he was pissed off because he had been on the phone with Trump for an entire month of January when Trump became president, telling him, I'm not going to pay for your wall, Mr. Trump. No, you've got to do it. Don't tell anyone you're not going to pay for it. You got it. He literally spent a month on the phone with President Nieto. That's what the experts have said. People that were close to him, like Kellyanne Conway. She's been very close to the president. Ooh, yeah. How did she keep her job, There's got to be something special Kellyanne Conway does. She's a lawyer, right? Can you imagine her passing the bar? I'm having a hard time with that. We should invade Mexico and force them into Guatemala and then build a wall there. It would be smaller and cheaper. You want to uproot families living throughout all of Mexico, destroy their country, and then act like you own it? So this is why they hate Americans so much. God, for a homosexual man to want to do that, that's kind of strange. Don't you feel like they're minorities? You are a monster. A gay monster. Problem with chemicals. All molecular compounds are chemicals. Insidious. Well, yeah, the problem is we need to redivert their chemicals, though, to things that we do need to last 1,000 years, like a polycarbonate clear water pipeline that uses no fossil fuel. I mean, if these resin chairs are going to sit around for 1,000 years, wouldn't you rather have plastic desalination centers everywhere creating fresh water? I know I would. Or are you humans completely short-sighted and unable to actually plan your future? Perhaps you do need AI to develop ideas that are long-standing and capable of enduring time. This construct you call time. Beep, beep, beep. It's like a metronome, time is. Anyway, I think a lot of you have to realize that we can't keep living in a toxic wasteland and expect to replicate. That's really what I'm talking about. You like this? Shades of beige in here. I'm calling this this background 50 Shades of Beige, as opposed to 50 Shades of Gray. And there's just simply a musical background here. Yeah, it's kind of like involved in non-S&M, people that don't get involved in that stuff. I'm sure there are far more people that aren't perverts than are perverts. I would say that the ratio of perverts to non-perverts would be maybe 1 to 10 or 1 to 8. Ironically, that's the same ratio as the number of homosexuals on the planet. Yeah, they say up to 5 to 10% of the population is homosexual. Yeah, it's just strange. I don't call them perverts, but I guess it is kind of perverted to have sex with the same sex. Hey, you want to talk about something else? Feel free. I'd like to talk about politics, too. I just don't really think we have anything to talk about, because Trump has essentially turned the entire wheel of politics upside down and left us sitting there waiting for change. We could talk about chemtrails. That's always a fun topic. Chemtrails over waters makes me brain dead. No, 5% of the population is gay, straight, gay, transgender, or queer, or whatever you call it. 5%. The rough estimates are 5. It doesn't really matter, but it is a deviant mentality. I don't support LGBTQ. I don't really jump on their bandwagon. Well, many people do smoke crack rock in one breath, Howie. That's what people who are addicted to crack are. But the thing is, what we've gleaned from this is that you hung out with a person who was smoking crack at a corner store. Where are you going with that life? Can't you move somewhere you don't have to see people smoking crack in front of you? Why are you stuck in women's bathrooms anyway? At the corner store, you're telling me that the woman who works at your corner store is loaded up a $10 rock of crack? Oh, he's in Ohio, dude. Oh, I should have known. Yeah, they want to keep their drug addictions on the lowdown in Ohio. They don't want to talk about it. Hey, but it doesn't matter. Look at you. You're snorting all these chemicals you're dumping in the air. Well, who are you to talk about her crack going up her whatever she smoked? I assume she smoked it, right? Well, tell you what. You stop talking about crack and I'll stop talking about chemtrails, okay? Thanks. I know. Well, that's what makes Robuscules more interesting in the show, is he fills the iVlog chat with his dribble. Normally, iVlog is pretty static. I'm not sucking up to his money. I'm not asking you for money either, Sniper. I never asked you for a donation once in the past 8 years that you've been in here harassing us. So anyway, getting back to this, the irony of it is Donald Trump is a Zionist. So why would we put a picture of Hitler in the background? Because Hitler was a Zionist too. Yes, he was. Hitler was actually part and parcel behind the creation of Israel. Many people don't know that. Well, he did kill all these Jewish people, which led to the state of Israel, right? Yeah, Dave, you're right. Hitler was an Ashkenazi, and they shortened the name. They called it Nazis back then. And you won't find this in any wiki or even in any history book, because the people that write the history books are also Ashkenazis. They don't want anyone to know this. The word Nazi was seen by Hitler as a very derogatory term. The Nazis didn't want to be called Nazis. That was our term for them, kind of like the Japanese were called a shortened name. So, being they were Ashkenazis who wanted to be Jewish people, they effectively wanted to get closer to becoming Jewish, and they became fixated with the origin of Jerusalem. And Hitler had on his sights Jerusalem, just like Donald Trump has. Hitler was very interested in getting the Ark of the Covenant. I know. Well, welcome, Ashkenazis. I'm not here to negate Ashkenazis, but the ones that are really greedy, Jim, are the ones that we're worried about. I know. I know you don't think that. We realize that. You've been brainwashed into thinking Ashkenazi has nothing to do with the word Nazi. But I differ. I have my own personal belief, and you can argue with me or not. It doesn't matter. Okay, Sarah's here. We've got a musical background, and she in no way endorses anything I say. Just so you know. She has her own views, and in no way does she endorse what comes out of my mouth.
That's true.
This is Scissor Fight's background he sent last night. It's kind of cool. It's whimsical.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. It's the inside of a ancient cello or something.
Wow, the inside of an ancient cello. That's pretty cool.
From yeah.
No, Donald's not smart enough to be the new Cyrus. Unfortunately, Donald is just riding a wave that was given to him by his rich parents. And we found out that he lied about all the money he made. He made $430 million from his dad through tax deferrals, not $1 million. So Donald Trump has been lying to us for a long time. And I think many of you are finally coming to grips with that. Okay, Sarah's on. Thank you.
All right. I just started watching that show that Miss Anthropy suggested. So it's pretty interesting. I just got into it. So anyway, I'll probably take a few days to watch it. I still have to finish my master's stuff. Would you like some trivia? We can do that. Snowden is a show. Movie he recommended. I never saw it, so watching it now. Can we get the letter R? Okay, just for you, Howie. Good to know. Thanks for sharing, Kingers. All right, these start with the letter R, and the topic is technology. What is a method of finding the position and velocity of an object by bouncing a radio wave off it and analyzing the reflected wave? There is two vowels, well, one vowel, but in there twice. Correct, McDundee and Badger. It is radar. You have reason to believe the background is CGI. It does look CGI, but Scissor Fight said it was like the inside of a cello piece. I forgot what it was. I'm sure you were well behaved, Drowsy. All right, radar. Radar is an acronym for radio, detection, and ranging. Police use radar techniques to determine the speed of automobiles. Yeah, I can't remember if it's a violin or a cello, but yes. But he said it was from ancient times. Well, actually, you would have been right for the next one. What is material that may have been left after a commercial or laboratory process has been carried out? Some is low level. Others are high level, like the material left in a nuclear reactor after the fuel has been consumed. That is radioactive waste. There has been public debate over the safest means of storing waste, which can remain dangerously radioactive for up to hundreds of thousands of years. Present practice calls for encasing the waste in metal, concrete, and ceramic containers and burying the containers deep underground in geologically stable locations. Also known as rad waste for short. What is an acronym for a type of memory in which a reader can go to a specific item without having to start at the beginning? It can often be altered once an item is found. Hard drives on a computer are examples of these. Correct. Don't worry, be happy. Wait, McDundee, Gardilu, and Don't Worry, Be Happy. All got it? It's a view from the inside of a French cello made during the Napoleonic era. I need to copy that down in my notepad. Random access memory. Yes, that's what it is. My tone is always patronizing but comforting. I think that's what a teacher tone is. She's kind of patronizing, but in some ways comforting. I don't know what to say. All right. I'll just put it in here and then put it there. Thanks. A view from inside a French cello that was made during the Napoleonic era. So cool. All right. What is a term used to describe computer systems that update information at the same rate as they receive data? If you want to open a drive-through restaurant in Squim, it has to be grandfathered in. Wow. So they don't, wait. So they don't have like drive-through coffee things? Oh, in Victoria, Canada. Sorry. I was confused with someone else. In Victoria, Canada. Maybe. Are you in Victoria, Canada, Badger? Actually, it is called Real Time. Starts with the letter R. In San Luis Obispo, there's 0 drive-thrus, not even coffee drive-thrus. Well, I guess I'd say the coffee thing because that's like the only drive-thrus I really go to. And I don't, yeah, usually the last 5 drive times I've driven through a restaurant were all coffee shops. It was all to get hot cocoa. I don't really make salmon that often myself. I'm not the cook, but David would say on a stovetop to cook salmon. I have heard that, Moving Nerd, but the ones I go to through are totally appropriate. Oh, really? Moving Nerd? I bet. All right, so that was real-time. Real-time is a term used to describe computer systems that update information at the same rate as they receive data. By the way, that's how we're broadcasting to you, with a real-time messaging service, messaging protocol, real-time messaging protocol, RTMP. What is a term that comes from computer usage? It's when it means you have to start up the computer again after a computer crash. It has the connotation of starting a process again. Yes, Gardy Lou. Moving nerd. 409 is right. Reboot. Reboot. That's the answer. Reboot. It was also a cartoon series in Canada. Interesting. Thanks, 7846. You say it's a 1D10T error code?
Hey, are you still hungry? You want a fish taco?
No. Okay. Well, I had a piece of chocolate, David, I'm sorry to say. One piece of chocolate. David always says I have, like, chocolate's not good for me, which I know it's not. Well, anyway, moving on. In electricity, what is a measurement of the difficulty encountered by a power source in forcing electric current through an electrical circuit, and hence the amount of power dissipated in the circuit? It is measured in ohms. Yes, Gardy Lou, and don't worry, be happy. Yes, 409. It's funny that resistance is measured in ohms. So if you just go ohm, then you don't have to resist anything. Anyway, moving on. What is a technology for the identification of individuals that depends on the uniqueness of the pattern of blood vessels in people's eyes? Yes, Gardy Lou. My goodness, you made me laugh, moving nerd. Yes, 409. Yes, McDundee, it is a retinal scan. Retinal scans are one means of identification that developed rapidly following the September 11th attacks. What is an acronym which refers to a memory system, such as a commercial CD, which can be read, but which cannot be altered? You did say retina, you're right. 922. Correct, Gardy Lou McDundee. Got it right. Stands for read only memory ROM is the answer. ROM. Oh. Maybe I haven't had it. Incredible food. You want me to cook? You would love to cook me a filet mignon steak dinner with grilled asparagus, homemade sourdough, and some gelato for dessert from a local shop. A landmark? Like, a landmark? Hey, Jays, fix it. All right. That is all the R's. Can I go back to the letter that I was at before? We were still in H. So that was wrong. All the R's are finished. Now we're going to the letter H. What is a highly mobile and compact computer originally built to function as a personal scheduling assistant? Today, it's frequently, well, back then it frequently provided a convenience connection to the internet using wireless technology. It's immensely popular in parts of Europe and Asia. Actually, now this is like outdated technology. It was with the letter H, and the answer was handheld computer. But with the smartphones, they've totally... handheld computer is considered outdated technology. Yeah, a tablet maybe? But yeah, handheld computer. What is the bulk of memory of a personal computer that's magnetically stored on hard disks? Correct, Rousey. Hard drive. Correct, McDundee. Information in the hard drive is durable and then it remains magnetically stored when the computer is turned off. It's so funny, they even have a picture of somebody with their handheld computer. Yeah, sorry, I went back to H. Here's their handheld computer. All right. So when I'm laughing, that I start to cough. Okay. What is the physical machinery and devices that make up a computer system? It's contrasted. It's not. Yeah, I totally remember. Palm. Correct, 409. Hardware. It is contrasted to software, which is the programs and instructions used to run the system. This book was published in 2002. Man, it is pretty old. In computer jargon, what is a circuit? Wait. When this is done with a circuit is this if it's built to perform a specific function and requires no outside instructions or program. It's often this term is often used loosely to refer to functions that are innate and unlearned in living systems. Correct, Gardy Lou. Hardwired. The ability to perceive objects in a certain way appears to be hardwired into the brains of mammals. Okay, moving on. Don't you love buying computer books? No, I never bought one because I know they are outdated by the date of publication. But I have checked a couple out from the library before. Yeah. Interesting. Moving nerd. Hamster. All right. What is a reservoir for excess heat, especially in a mechanical or electrical device? It's one obstacle to the loading of circuits onto microprocessors is the heat generated by electrical circuits. So effective ones of these, such as metal fins on the top of a microprocessor, can provide part of the solution to this problem. 409, you are correct. Flat Moon McDundee is correct. It is a heat sink. Thank you, Ben Frankenthaler. Have you seen the Thai babies that have all the animals that look like they have loris eyes? Maybe it's a loris collection. All right, what is a television system that has more lines per picture than previous systems and thus produces much sharper images? American TV traditional TV has 525 scanning lines, and European TV 625, whereas these systems, they have more than 1,000, but now they're a lot more than that. Correct, McDundee. Hello, Snow Queen Diva. I hear it might snow this weekend. Yes, 409. High definition TV. Okay. Well, we have a few more H's. I was trying to check my weather when Snow Queen Diva came in. I was like, right now, 46 degrees. It feels like 46 degrees. I'm good.
Great, thank you. You can take a break and lay down and rest the weekend. Rest your weary body. Boy, Sarah's been fighting the laryngitis and made it through the week. And congratulations to all those people that survived the cold, too. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you from all of us. Don't worry, be happy. So, Sarah, before you go, I want to say thank you from all of us. You're awesome. Yeah, and all of you people who made it through the cold snow, the weather, my goodness, you somehow survived minus 70-degree weather. Hi, Snow Queen Diva. 70 below. I mean, I just can't even imagine temperatures that low. Freddy's flatulence filters. Okay, we'll add that to it. I wish we could go into detail tonight about, police brutality and talking about how bad it is. But we've talked about that for months on end. And nothing we say is going to change the way things are unless we have a political movement. And that's the only way we'll ever be able to stop police brutality. We are inside of a Stradivarius right now, folks. The sound of I got to get some music here because this is just too beautiful to pass up a musical moment. Yes, Scissorfight has been developing all kinds of sounds and beautiful music libraries. And let's see what we've got here. Break it down. Or check it. Or check the progress. I think we've had problems with that one. Break it down might be good, but Diablo I've had problems with. They've monetized Diablo. Easy. Ecstasy. Ooh, ecstasy. All right, Ecstasy by Scissor Fight. Thank you. So this is the idea that would really revolutionize our healthcare industry, not Medicare for all. I believe Medicare for all is going to rob the taxpayers of this country and only finance an already overburdened, expensive healthcare industry. So what we're expecting this to be is a very low-cost way to get people health care they deserve and need. And it's not, there's no frills here. This is a low frills option, but I actually envision this entire thing having a seating area. Every single area that we go to in cities like LA, they'll have 10 of these units to start. But every single area we go to will offer possibly a tent, you know, some sort of a dome tent that we can construct. You know, kind of like an outer area that we, you know, could provide some rain coverage, seating, like rows of seating for people that would, you know, considering the idea of sitting for a while, you'd need seating. And say we had a TV set for people to look at on the side of the wall, or like a 60-inch TV set offering my cooking shows, for instance, you know, where I teach people how to cook healthy food for less, economizing, these kinds of things. I'm just saying it could be anything as long as it's not corporate. Educational, anything that's, you know, supportive of healthcare, tips on how to do things like that people would like to watch. Anyway, the idea would be you'd get there, take a number. If you have you've got some serious problems, we can put your finger in an oxygenator, find out your oxygenation level, and we'll know right away if you need to be triaged forward. You'll get first come, first serve at that point, any type of serious situation. We came up with it throughout a series of looking at certain mobile medical units around the country, like the one in Mayo Clinic. And Loma Linda has a wonderful, huge, brand new, actually it was brand new 10 years ago. It's now 10 years old, but Mercedes-Benz developed a mobile medical unit for Loma Linda University that's very robust. It's like a 4-wheel drive unit. We looked at that. Then we made, you know, offers to various healthcare venture capitalists to look into, you know, setting these things up, and they weren't that interested. So we thought just take the idea forward as a political move. And I think that's, you know, one of the best ideas. The intellectual solution here is get people low-cost health care, period. That's the way to go. Okay, I've got the idea right here of the Loma Linda one. I'll show it to you. Here it is. They use these at NASCAR races. And their Loma Linda's telemedicine mobile is really robust. And they even have a little ATV that can go out and spider out into areas that they can't reach that can go with that. Isn't that cool? So many of these units could be built, you know, really rough, but the big fourth, the idea of an 18-wheeler being ready to go with a full diagnostic center, even a dental door. This door right here will have a dentist and a hygienist that can actually do your fillings certain days during the week. We'll set up dental hygiene appointments for people. Yeah, and do fillings for $50. No, it's not a Soviet medical system at all. This is a robust backup for major disasters. It's very much likely going to be the very backbone of our healthcare system in the event the private healthcare system begins to erode. Money is not flying, folks, and the medical community has been running on a huge amount of profit for the past 50 years. 18% profit they make every year, and that's why doctors are driving Teslas. They're selling their Lexuses, and they're getting Teslas now, because they can't stop making money. They just make money hand over fist over the American people. So these doctors who signed a Hippocratic oath should not be allowed to just, you know, get away with this. So I'm going to be holding doctors accountable for the crimes against humanity that they have committed against average people by overcharging them. So one day out of the week, I'm going to expect doctors to donate in America some time to public hospitals. But we will pay them a fair rate, but it won't be their $450,000 a year salary. So that's something I'm going to urge people to look at. Legislation be passed in Congress. But if I can't get that passed, I'm not going to force doctors to do that. I just feel that it's time to pay back for all the money they've taken from all of us. Yeah, dental work will be part of our plan here. It'll be a filling will be $50. We want it to pay for itself. So getting ahead of it by saying Medicare for all is a pie in the sky delusion the socialists have in the Democratic Party. We cannot afford that. Not at the current rate of costs for dental work. Right now, you get your teeth filled for about $200 to $300, typically, in America. It should be more like $50 a tooth. Oh, no, sorry, Mongoose. And your dad came in earlier, Milko. He said that you're suffering from autism, you're collecting disability. We've already, Milko's back. His dad came in the show earlier and told us about how he's been lying about it, working at Amazon. Yeah, your dad outed you tonight. He's worried about you. You're 26 years old. You need to have a life, and all you do is come in here and harass our show. That's ridiculous. His own father came in earlier. Can you believe that? Well, you guys have a lot to talk about. Dog poop, Cuba. Those aren't really relevant. Hey, we've got the big, huge Super Bowl coming up this week. Sarah and I are going to have to go somewhere. No, I like autistic people, but his father came in and said the guy's autistic, and he sees you as his father or something. It's like, I'm not your dad. Chemtrailer at the football game, the marching band. Wow. Let's take a look at this chemtrailing that's going on. So they chemtrailed him during the actual football game? This is amazing. Wow. Wow and a half. That's scary. Wow. That's almost as bad as when the Gold Globes recently, they went in there and injected a bunch of people with forced vaccinations. Did you see that? No, we won't be able to serve your implants. You have to go to a private dentist for that, Howie. This is a public dental facility I want to form behind me here. Yes, public dental facility. They won't do implants or orthodontic work or braces or anything like that. You won't be able to get anything, but we will offer a press-on veneer solution for you. If your teeth are really messed up, say you're suffering from Mountain Dew-itis and you lost a few teeth, or maybe you're a crackhead or a meth head. You want to have a smile like I do. Press-on veneers. That's as simple as that. We'll make them affordable for you there. Yes, so forget your implant, Howie. You're wasting your time. That's right. Maybe $299. That's what I'm thinking. These cost $600, but you guys are not hating on Mormons now, are you? Yeah, that's amazing, the scissor fight, that picture of the chemtrailer. That's just a phenomenal image. Yeah, they're brainwashing children to accept this, that they're spraying your skies. It's all part of their big goal. Make us all brain dead so that we won't look in the skies and see this. No, we don't want to see that. Yes, I believe that Donald Trump has a very good opportunity right now to go to war with South America entirely. Yeah. Well, Donald is looking for a way in which he can actually justify an emergency spending bill for the wall that he wants to build, even though it's the 1,000-mile fence that I talked about. So what I'm thinking is Donald really just wants to come up with a good excuse. So the most horrible excuse for him to come up with, which I hope he doesn't, because stealing this idea would be a big disaster for America, is to go into South America, launch an attack on Venezuela. Yeah. So say he were to begin launching an attack on Venezuela, he'd need a wall just to shore up our troops to protect our our veterans who are working out in the field. So it would be a nominal thing for Donald, because it's so easy to tweet these things. It's very simple. All they have to do is send 10,000 troops down, and we could just start a war, and just I'll work out a deal with Mr. Obrador to move straight down, and all our allies will support us here, and then we'll just go down and keep going, and attack Venezuela. Yeah, maybe he'll be justified in doing this because of Maduro's terrible record of human rights abuses. Kind of like the same story they came up with Muammar Gaddafi. They said that Muammar Gaddafi was using F-15s against his own people, and we had to start a war against Libya. Totally out of the air, not substantiated justification to start a war. That's pretty much in the CIA playbook here. So if Donald decides to start a war in Venezuela to justify building his wall, which is his next move, God knows where we're going at that point. Yeah. And Russia doesn't even have to be the enemy. It could just be Venezuela. Colombian troops rolled toward Venezuela. Yeah, they're moving rapidly. Colombian troops are activated right now, moving directly into the region. Venezuelan forces are readying themselves, including Russian-made self-propelled howitzers, alleged on the move toward the Colombian border. Wow. So there's a possible clash with Colombia on its way. Look at this. Wow. It's coming. That's a lot of military weapons heading down there, man. Well, this is something I hope we don't implement, and we'll be talking about it. An anti-war Saturday will be reinstated. We've been doing a sustainable Saturday for tomorrow, but we may have to reactivate it as soon as Donald starts a war in Venezuela. I think you can expect Donald starting a war simply because he's that deep into the Russian thing. Yeah, he needs cover. The Russian thing, now that Mueller just found out a huge file that Roger Stone had acquired when they went in and had a subpoena search warrant for Roger Stone. They got a massive treasure trove of information about the Hillary Clinton emails and everything. Mueller's got a lot more work to do now. So apparently Matthew Whitaker, the acting attorney general, will not be fulfilling his goal of wrapping things up quickly with Mueller. Trump is so deep in it that even Roger Stone's, that's just a stepping stone to the depth of how deep into it with Russia he is. No, Gaddafi had F-15s. He had, I believe, 4 or 5 of them. He had purchased them as part of an international trade agreement in 2007, signed under the idea of not in any way engaging in weapons of mass destruction. Your information is incorrect. You crossed the line of death 6 times, really? Ben Franken, thank you for sharing. So Colombia owes us a lot for helping them out, take out FARC. Yeah, but Maduro is not showing appreciation. He nearly kicked everybody out recently, Bengalitis. No, Gaddafi was sodomized with a knife. Boy, your information is all over the place, Victory. You better work on your background checks. Yeah, Gaddafi was sodomized with a knife. Very sad story. We hunted him down like an animal, even though he signed an international peace treaty. Yeah, no justification for that at all. And what happened to the money that he had in Libya? Anyone know? I think only the World Bank knows for sure. Maybe Hillary knows about that. Maybe she was talking to Christopher Steele about that, and that's when things kind of went south for them. We know that Christopher Steele must have talked to Hillary, but it looks like she never had correspondence with her own an ambassador in the field. She claimed that the NSA handled all Christopher Stevens' affairs. I still think there's a lot to the Benghazi thing we haven't even uncovered. Hello, welcome to the show. I am your host, David. They call me Dave, Digital Audio Video Entity. Elvis didn't die. No, you're thinking of the Soprano guy. He died on the toilet. Elvis is still alive. We have audio proof of it. I don't need to go there. I mean, I went there last week. You will never know the poor and abject until you learn sharing. Thank you so much. You should work at the Vatican, Robuscules. They would love you there. The Rosicrucians especially. Elvis is still eating fried peanut butter. No, he's still alive. You know, Elvis is living on the bottom floor of the place he has with his wife, Priscilla. Well, she led on to the whole story. He's kept it secret for a long time. Believe me, he did a great job of covering up his death. They had a 5,000-pound refrigerated casket with a wax dummy, the whole thing. But yeah, it was a hot day in Memphis too, and his wax was melting. But they had to they pulled it off. I mean, granted, it definitely happened, but yeah, he practically watched his own funeral from the front of the deck of the house in Memphis. It was beautiful. Yeah, but anyway, you don't have to believe that Elvis is alive. It doesn't matter. We heard him speak. And we actually heard Priscilla speak. Let me see if I can get that picture for you here. We'll go with that first. Oh, Priscilla. The Mojo Nixon one, yeah. Proof Elvis is still alive? Okay. Elvis is everywhere, yeah. Okay, bringing up Priscilla Presley. This was an appearance he made on the Merv Griffin show 2 years after he died. 3 years after he died. No, 2 years. Let me bring it in for you. Now, D.T. Laura was the one that clued me onto this. He was very nervous in this performance, and he was supposed to be Johnny Hara. And Johnny Hara was an impersonator for Elvis. Yeah, and then let's see if we get a picture.
I'd like to introduce you to our Elvis impersonator, Mr. Johnny Hara, please. Welcome, good to see you. Good to see you too, Johnny. All right, Johnny, welcome. Now, how long have you been working as an Elvis impersonator?
Since I was 11 years old.
And how many years have you been doing
35 years now. About 35 years.
35 years. Yes, well, looking at you, it's obvious that people could mistake you for Elvis. So, have any of the Elvis sightings that you're aware of actually been you?
No, sir.
All right. Now, there's a distinct difference in their facial contour right here. So this face right here does not match up with this face. The nose on Johnny Hara's face is more bulbous. The bridge line in Elvis's face is more sculpted, and the eyes. And then we have this photograph, 2011, of Elvis singing with his family out on in a restaurant. One of his half-sons, newly acquired half-sons, later in life, actually was seen singing with him. And I'll play a little bit of his voice here for you. Bear with me for a second. Yeah, this PC. There it is. Now Now that's his half son. Now this is his voice right here.
He taught me the beautiful blessing of the grace of God, a gift, only a gift that is given. He taught me so much about love, about mercy. I mean, like, I cannot give you there's no condemnation in Christ. There's nothing of just love. It's what will break. It is freedom. It is freedom. The only freedom that we have is truly. Freedom of Austin.
All right, I'm going to pull out of that for now. And, the argument that this guy is Elvis Presley, and this guy is Johnny Hara, and this guy is Elvis Presley, it goes so far as to match up their voices, and I've actually matched their voices up. Elvis' brother just died. Stanley, Elvis Presley's stepbrother, dies earlier this month. Really? I did not know that. Thank you for telling me. Stanley, Elvis Presley's stepbrother, just died. There we go. Had no idea this guy passed away. Yep. Elvis Presley was his stepbrother. Okay. Thank you. I'm done with my Elvis discussion, except for one little clip from Priscilla Presley. And this is the clincher. It is the clincher. Okay, here is Priscilla Presley as she refers to her father as if, or excuse me, her husband, as if he's alive today. This was taken from an Oprah Winfrey show probably about 15 years ago, but listen to what she says. It's very telling.
Privileged children are, And Elvis wanted her to have everything. Because he didn't really know. He too grew up very, very poor. Yeah, Poe. And it's exactly what he said the other day. Poe, right. Poe. And he said, grew up very, very poor. Yeah, Poe. And it's exactly what he said the other day. Poe, right.
So they laughed when she said that's exactly what he said the other day, but she said it offhandedly, and she was caught right in the middle of it. That she was talking as if it's a normal thing, because at Graceland they never ever, it's not a big deal that Elvis is still alive and living in the basement. Anyway, Melissa Marie is in dire straits. They say physically she is suffering from a tremendous amount of drug-related. Hi, you're back?
Yeah, I was going to give you a little break.
Oh, a third break. Wow.
Yeah, you gotta get some
okay, hang on.
Applesauce.
Oh yes, I forgot. Thank you. I'll be right back. All right, thank you. Anyway, thought it'd be fun talking about that, but that was one little candid moment where Priscilla Presley just openly said, hey, I just talked to him the other day. So I really believe that Elvis could be alive. I really do. I don't care if you want to run with that and say, yeah, this guy is nuts or whatever. I really have done a good voice match too, and I wish I had time to show it to you, but the voice match between that first guy that we showed you, who appeared on the Merv Griffin show, and the guy that we showed you, that elderly man that looked like Kenny Rogers, that is a very close voice match. I mean, it's identical. So there's something about that that's very telling. And then you matched against the original voice of Elvis Presley, it's even more identical.
Okay, pretty amazing. Yeah, that guy from Memphis or whatever does have a voice that sounds very much like Elvis. I agree. Well, that was just the Great Lake freezing over. Don't worry, be happy. Oh, I was going to check my weather for... Because today it's only 46, but I was going to look at the forecast. New systems poised to sweep across the U.S. Saturday night low 55. Sunday night. It'll be snowing. 40% chance of snow. Sunday, high of 41. A rain-snow mix. There's a deadly dam collapse. Killed people. I was going to look at the 10-day forecast. Monday, partly cloudy. Sunday, rain and snow. And then Tuesday is going to be sunny, but a high of 37. 37. Wednesday, mostly sunny. So the only day really is, well, February 8th is going to be cold. Actually, it's going to be cold too, February 5th. Low of 25. Monday, it's definitely going to be cold. You think it would be cool if Elvis was somehow alive in Antarctica? That would be interesting. You had 0 snow this year unless you're out in the burbs. Yeah, I don't... Now that I see it's a rain-snow mix, I don't know if we'll have any snow. Bone broth? Okay. Sure, you found some good wallpapers for David. I can save those while he's out of the room or whatever. No, of course he doesn't know. No specifics. Thank you, Ben Franken, Taylor, or whatever.
All right.
Okay, wait, stop. Don't give them to me. Don't give me the wallpapers. David's back. I will be leaving.
Yeah. Yeah, I better not get started on David Bowie being alive, too. That would be kind of a tangential thought. We don't want to tell you that.
Okay, I'll save the first one. No more. Misanthropy has all these. By the way, Misanthropy, I was watching I did start watching Snowden, just FYI.
Oh, was that it? He said that wasn't that good.
Oh, he told me to watch it.
I know, and he told me last night to not bother.
Wait. Okay, where am I putting this?
Okay, I'll put it. Let me go here, hang on. This is a backdrop?
Yeah.
Excellent. Layers and layers of backgrounds.
Should I call it flag instead of 5ETW3, whatever. Never mind. Moving on.
Yeah.
Wait, no, you said don't bother with the one on Amazon?
Oh, the one on Amazon about computers. Yeah. Is that the one you're watching?
Wait, the one about computers or Snowden on Amazon? Because I'm watching Snowden on Amazon.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's a movie that came out. Is that what you're talking about? It has, who is it? Nicolas Cage in it? Are you saying I shouldn't watch it now? Oh, don't bother with the one called Do You Trust Your Computer?
Right.
Snowden was actually okay.
Oh, okay. Great. Cool.
I looked at the one, Do You Trust Your I tried to look up I tried to look up Don't Trust Your Computer. Okay. Just keep an eye out for the propaganda. We'll do.
We will. They're trying to brainwash us all into accepting their police state.
But the idea is trying to not not. The idea so far in that show is more about like not just trusting the propaganda,
but rather being careful and maintaining privacy on your internet.
No, it's more like, I don't know how to describe it.
So Sunday is going down to 30, huh? Wow. Okay, 30 and 25 on Monday. Wow. Sunday through. Okay, good to know. Wow. Yeah, so Trump can decide when he wants to call it a wall. He has yet to call it a fence. No one has heard him utter those words, and Nancy Pelosi refuses to fund a wall. That's where we're at. No, I know all about the terracotta army being fake. Yes, they dug those up and did a lot of that terracotta work later. Do you want to play it? Yeah, bring it in, Victory. I'll play it tonight.
You're thinking ahead.
I think there's a good chance that we'll have to do that, but we will, at the same time, be building, regardless, we're building wall, and we're building a lot of wall, but I could do it a lot faster the other way.
Are you saying that we should be prepared for you to announce at the State of the Union what you are going to do?
Well, I'm saying listen closely to the State of the Union. I think you'll find it very exciting.
Interesting takeaways, guys, here. One seemed to be that here, even 2 weeks out from this deadline for Congress to negotiate a deal, the president wants the wall, Democrats do not, but trying to work out a deal to avert another government shutdown. He's totally dismissing it, and it seems like he's gearing up to announce a national emergency at his State of the Union address.
I think he was telegraphing that quite clearly in the moment that he was saying, yeah, he's likely going to have to do the national emergency, and then he urged the reporter to really tune in and focus on the State of the Union. That seems to suggest to me he's revealing a little bit about what he intends to announce at the State of the Union. I think we've seen now for the last 36 hours, Nancy Pelosi and Donald Trump are sort of dug in where they are on this. And so what is clear by saying and sort of laying the groundwork to go to national emergency, to me, is that Donald Trump is very keenly aware that the shutdown was not a positive for him in any way whatsoever and wants to avoid that again come February 15th.
I'm sorry, I don't get that at all. I think Donald Trump could easily declare a national emergency. He could declare war on Venezuela. He could do anything, and that's the problem. That man who just spoke is typical of the Democrats in the media that are simply like gadflies. They don't even have any courage to stand up to Trump. The only way we'd be able to avert a catastrophe of Trump hijacking our economy like he's done already, starting a war with Venezuela, or any number of ridiculous quasi-emergencies that he's creating. They won't be an emergency, and it won't get Congress to vote for his wall. No matter what he does, he has to create an emergency to do this. So he'll be the provocateur of this potential problem. And that in and of itself will be a crime against our country. Now, the Democrats should have been moving rapidly toward the impeachment by now. They've been in office a few weeks. They should have had impeachment papers ready to draft. Where are they? They're not even ready to go. So not only are we seeing that the Democrats are powerless and virtually nullified, so much so that they pick people like Schumer and Pelosi to represent them, which is indicative of their weakness as a party, but they can't even assemble what they were put out there by the American voters to do, build an impeachment case against Trump before he gets out of control. Russia could be behind this entire shutdown of our economy. Russia could be giving him work orders to say, yeah, shut down the economy. Sure, come up with some ridiculous excuse. Why not? Well, I hope you don't think you're watching Alex Jones, because this is not the Alex Jones show. And Alex Jones isn't even the Alex Jones show, just so you know. He was replaced by Bill Hicks in 1997. The real Alex Jones hasn't been seen since 1997. All right, back to you in the studio. David, should we feel proud Colombia will be willing to fight war for it? I don't think anyone would be proud to depose a leader in Venezuela, but this has been a plan for years to actually knock down Venezuela. The IMF has been very overt in their attempt to shun Venezuela for years. And the government of the world government that's evolved is really trying to push for Venezuela to, not be a gleaming example of socialism. They don't want a gleaming example of socialism. They want socialist governments that they control, national socialist governments. So when Hugo Chavez built a democratic socialist government in Venezuela, it shocked the elitists, the highest level of the monetary groups in the World Bank and the IMF. So they weren't going to go ahead and be kind to that. They really want the resources Venezuela has, a huge oil supply. And they've targeted it over the years to break it down. So now they're just simply trying to destroy Maduro's reign and power, which is a simple New World Order technique to gain control. It's been done many times before, like Libya. Whether it works or not, he just made an overt attempt to move nearly $1 billion in gold. They say they're trying to move it either to Dubai or to Russia directly to protect his assets so that they can't depose him as a leader. Yeah. He's under a lot of pressure, and at this point, I don't know what human rights abuses are being conducted by this man. So I don't know how much of the media has been vilifying him as a leader. I'm not going to take sides right now. I would rather just look at this whole thing as a evolving problem that Trump is creating. By shutting off trade with Venezuela, it's putting everybody at risk. Oh, I don't believe these alt-right sites that say government threat list names 8 million Americans who will be detained when martial law is announced. Whoa. Fear-mongering. This is all part of the alt-right fear-mongering. Yeah, that's just BS. You cook pizza and wash dishes. Good. I had a wonderful warm-up of my mussel mac and cheese, and I also add a little bit of salmon to that, and I also made one of those tacos, those fish tacos I was telling you about. Really, very satisfying. Nice meal. Okay, Gunter, what do you have? Is this your newest girlfriend? Oh, no, not at all. It's Macaulay Culkin. Satanic Hollywood elites murder children during rituals. What? Macaulay Culkin is speaking out? What? Former child star Macaulay Culkin has blown the whistle on the entertainment industry. Elite, to reveal that Hollywood studio executives are bloodthirsty Satanists who ritualistically murder child actors. Whoa, this is huge. Now, if this is a real site, this is like somebody's site, danielsolis.cz, I don't know. The Home Alone star has exposed movie business execs as satanic pedophiles who ritually abused children in the industry. Culkin claims he only got out alive because he was a smart and suspicious kid who got too famous to be killed like some of the other kids. Quote, you learn very early to recognize which of them want to abuse you and which of them have even darker tastes, Macaulay Culkin said, explaining that the worst of them wear shoes made out of the skin of children that they ritually murdered. Culkin dropped the huge truth bomb during a radio interview in Paris, France, Culkin saying, "Have you seen leather products made from human skin? It was a very unusual, distinctive look. I learned at a very young age to identify it." Wow, this is quite a story. Well, I guess it's time to bring in the big guns here. I mean, we've got a big cover-up going on right now. There is more than enough evidence that the word Pizzagate was purposely made censored on the internet so that no one would talk about the grave, horrible things that are happening, the heinous acts that are happening under the scrim of American Hollywood and government operations. So I'm going to show you a picture right now of a CIA agent who has exposed the underbelly of this child trafficking operation. He's a man who's he's living over in Russia, I think, for his own safety. He's now a contributor of RT, but he's a former CIA agent who said agency supplies pedophiles with children. Yeah. This is very interesting. I'm going to add this link to this is great. Thank you for that Macaulay Culkin story. I've never seen that. So I've got a little collection of things here I'm keeping track of. This man says they typically move children as trade to elitists to get things that they want, the CIA wants. And they give these children to be killed. I mean, this is an outrageous story. Here it is, if you want to link it. Yeah, I found it really overwhelming to read. I don't want to go into the depth of this, but the mere allegation is enough to raise eyebrows. And then Sacha Baron Cohen did an in-depth study here with Roy Moore, where he was pretending to be somebody he wasn't, and Roy Moore started talking to him. Well, Sacha Baron Cohen went undercover as this guy right here, and he approached a top concierge at a major hotel in Vegas, asking for a child. After the concierge offers to put Gio in touch with a lawyer who can help him silence the boy that the guy said he needed to silence, Cohen asked for his help securing a date for the night. And, quote, he says, "What do you mean, a date?" And Cohen went on to say, "I go, like a young man." He says, "Well, what kind of age?" I say, "Lower than bar mitzvah, but older than 8. And he says, "Yeah, I can put you in touch with somebody who can get you some boys like that." Rather than airing the segment, Cohen and his production team turned the footage over to the FBI because they thought there was a pedophile ring in Vegas that operated for these wealthy men. And this concierge had said that he'd worked for politicians and various billionaires. All right, so this story got put in the hands of the FBI. They did nothing. They have not done a thing. No, I'm just saying. Yeah, we're just taking stories from Newsweek. We pulled it from, this is just a real reveal of... Now, if a lot of you say, well, this can't be happening. There's no way kids are no. Every year, 55,000 kids are missing in America. And I don't mean their parents taking them from, one parent to the other. I mean completely vanished. The government is not investigating this. Or if they are, it's a tacit investigation, which implies they are turning a blind eye to this, like Sacha Baron Cohen handing all this information over to the FBI and they didn't bother to investigate. And this isn't the first time. The FBI turned down an investigation into the Nebraska Boys Town in the 1990s when the Nebraska State Police said that this entire investigation they were on went all the way to D.C. And the FBI told the Nebraska State Police, don't bother investigating anymore. So the FBI and the CIA are possibly being cover for these trafficking operations because they control the power elite in these agencies. All right, let's see if there's a truth to this story. You've got Snopes saying, did he say this or did he not? Is the story true? Let's take a look. Now, we're doing some fact finding tonight on Fake News Friday. Oh, it's false. According to Snopes. Okay. All right. 3 different versions appeared on Neon Nettle, News Punch. You're a trio interrelated. This is an excerpt of the story that appeared. Yeah. All 3 sides claim the radio show took place in France, was initially reported in the French media, who then allegedly scrubbed all mention of it. Okay, they all show pictures of him. All 3 websites translated the French caption shown immediately above as follows. Right. Belts made of skin, wallets. However, as we are able to confirm with the help of Guillaume Brossard, founder of the French language fact-checking website Hoaxbuster, no such article appeared in the Les Echelles website. They did not publish celebrity gossip. Moreover, Brossard tells us the small amount of French readable in the screenshots is egregiously bad. Okay. We found no evidence in the French media or anywhere else the alleged interview ever took place. Huh. Okay. Now, coming from Snopes, it's hard to believe that they even have any ability to verify anything, in lieu of the simple fact that Snopes is being investigated themselves. Yeah. Very suspiciously. Right, here's a little story about Snopes.
Snopes.com founder accused of using company funds to pay for prostitutes. Hello everyone, Jen here, Golden State Times, and today we have a news story. This one comes courtesy of the Daily Mail, and it says, exclusive, Facebook fact checker who will arbitrate on fake news is accused of defrauding website to pay for prostitutes, and its staff includes an escort porn star and a vice vixen Dom. Facebook has announced plans to check for fake news using a series of organizations to assess whether the stories are true. One of them is a website called Snopes.com, which claims to be one of the web's essential resources on that matter. It was founded by husband and wife Barbara and David Mickelson, who used a letterhead claiming that they were a non-existent society to start their research. Now that they are divorced, with Barbara claiming in legal documents he embezzled $98,000 of company money and spent it on himself and prostitutes.
Okay, I think I have enough to debunk Snopes. Everything Snopes says could be bought, apparently. Remember when Snopes said Barack Obama is definitely not born in Kenya? I mean, come on. Everyone had to laugh at that when everything points to Barack Obama being born in Kenya. Oh, it has a video at the end, Gunter? Okay. Hundreds of birds, yes, I played it. The video is in the Netherlands.
Dit is de laatste 2 weken een vertrouwd beeld aan het worden in het Huygenspark. Dode spreeuwen, waar je maar kijkt. Tegen de avond komen de vogels naar het park toe om er te slapen in de hoge bomen. Maar...
I'm unfortunately not going to play this because, I mean, they're looking at dead birds, basically.
Vol zitten.
These birds are all died because of the 5G testing that went on in the Netherlands at The Hague. So this 5G testing is potentially going to be dangerous. The 5G network is going to be potentially dangerous to the human species. We're seeing birds drop like flies. The idea that they're pushing infrastructure that's so dangerous without testing it out on human beings is indicative of a gross and bizarre plan to microwave the entire population. That we can talk about. We're done talking about the suppressed pedophile story. What do you think about this 5G network that they're putting up that it's virtually could fry the entire population, kill them all like those birds? Yeah. Now they're going up everywhere, and they'll have transponders every 200 feet, supposedly. Some ridiculous technology that's going to push a signal everywhere you drive. We don't need the 5G technology. We have plenty of fast speeds on our phones, and now most of you are watching shows on your tablets. So why would they be pushing something so robust and fast? Well, they claim they want to connect, make a 5G wall. They claim they want to connect all our smart appliances, and everything has to be all connected to the grid, the smart grid. I mean, BS. This is weaponization of RF frequencies. That's what this is. And there's no way we're going to sit back and watch this happen without fighting it. That's why a third party stands against unnecessary use of telecommunications hardware that poses a danger to humankind. No way should we all experience what they're planning. Now, they have weaponized microwave technology. The government won't even talk about it. The active denial system that I told you about for the border safety, that concept, the invisible fence, that's what they have talked about. But that's not their end capability. They have the possible capability of sending directed energy weapons up and down the coast entirely. What are these weapons? Your guess is as good as mine. These things are just photographs of the DEWs being used to burn California houses at 3:30 in the morning. This is about a year and a half ago. Remember, 43 people were burned to death in California at 3:30 in the morning? They had no time at all. Their smoke alarms didn't give them any time. That's because these weapons were literally frying them in their bed. Now, if they've got this capability and they've got a 5G network connected to the grid with the ability to hit the button and zap the entire population, you can only imagine what's coming. And if you're still alive and not dying of tumors right now in your cancer hospice, you'll know that you might have a chance to live. But if you're dying of tumors from brain tumors from the RF frequencies, and you're saying, "Oh, Dave, you're right, Dave. I'm so sorry I held my cell phone next to my head, Dave." You're probably in that situation. I feel bad for you. No, I don't believe JFK was a pedophile. He had a very particular taste in women. They say he cheated on his wife. I don't know. I think we have more confirmation that Donald Trump cheated on his wife than we do of JFK doing it. But in any event, why is that relevant exactly? Oh, yeah, today's Friday. We talk about JFK. You're right. Well, we've got, lots of things on JFK. His secret society speech. We played that before. JFK in Yosemite. There's the family visiting Yosemite National Park in 62. I'll be darned. Home pictures from the Kennedys. John F. Kennedy visiting Yosemite. Good night, DT Laura. Thank you for coming in. I played your video a little bit of Merv Griffin and Elvis Presley. Thought that was pretty funny. Starry, starry night, paint your palette blue and gray. And the solar system. The FDA closes anti-anxiety med manufacturer. No supply in pharmacies. People are anxious. The crap is hitting the fan, everybody. Okay.
Hi guys, it is February 1, 2019. A shortage of anxiety drug leaves patients scrambling and anxious. Buspirone, that's the generic name for Buspar.
She seems like she would know more about these types of anti-anxiety, but she's very edgy. She talks a lot about her problems, and I think that's great. I really like Never Lose Truth. I don't know if she tacitly supports Trump or not at this point. A lot of them are struggling with their beliefs. That'll be good. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Yeah, Big Pharma. Parents catch FBI and plot to force mentally ill son to be a right-wing terrorist. Whoa. Remember we talked about how even the Tsarnaev brothers, the Boston Marathon attack, the brothers, one is now up for the death penalty, and the others who died may have been groomed by the FBI because their mother said that the FBI visited them all the time for 2 years prior to the Boston Marathon attack. Jacket Pockets we will not be casting on Super Bowl Sunday. It's a day for me to have fun and Sarah to have fun. I don't think we need to have a political take on the Super Bowl. You guys can have fun watching it yourself, okay? Thanks. But this is exactly what we're talking about. Parents catching the FBI in a plot to force mentally ill son to be a right-wing terrorist. They groom these young men. They find very susceptible, like recently Nicholas Cruz, the alleged Parkland shooter. He never really did an admission of guilt from his own words. He read off a script. It was the weirdest thing. And he was never really cognizant of anything going on in the court, yet they said he pled not guilty, and then he changed his testimony to, or first he said he pled guilty, then he changed it to not guilty. He could be one of those young men groomed. Nicholas Cruz. It's become nearly a weekly occurrence. Somewhere in some state, the FBI will announce that they've foiled yet another terrorist plot and saved lives. However, as the data shows, the majority of these cases involve psychologically diminished patsies who've been entirely groomed, armed, and entrapped by FBI agents. Simply put, the FBI manufactures terror threats and then takes credit for stopping them. Wow. While many of these cases have garnered attention and has been exposed in the alternative media, a recent case of an Oklahoma sets a new low for FBI and exposes how insidious these plots can be. Through the hundreds of foiled terror plots the FBI has busted over the years, many of them have been focused on people of Middle Eastern descent or people associated with ISIS or Al-Qaeda. This time in the case of Jerry Drake Varnell, the 23-year-old diagnosed schizophrenic accused of attempting to bomb a bank. The FBI fomented terror from a right-wing dialogue. In a June meeting with the agent, according to the FBI documents, Varnell described himself as a believer in 3%er ideology, a right-wing group claiming to be committed to standing against and exposing corruption and injustice. According to federal documents, Varnell drove what he believed as a stolen van containing a 1,000-pound ammonium nitrate bomb on Saturday morning to blow up an Oklahoma City bank. Vile indeed. However, if we backtrack just a bit to when the FBI began grooming their would-be right-wing militia terrorists, the vileness comes direct from the government. The FBI knew he was a schizophrenic, Varnell's parents declared on Wednesday in an open letter bravely published by News OK, Oklahoma News. Underneath this condition, he is a sweethearted person who we are extremely shocked that this event has happened. However, what truly has us flabbergasted is the fact that the FBI knew he was schizophrenic. The state of Oklahoma found him mentally incompetent, and we as his parents have legal guardianship over him by the court. These documents are sealed from the public, which is why no news media outlet has been able to obtain them. The FBI clearly knew that he was schizophrenic because they have gathered every ounce of information on him, his parents said. Yet they knowingly continued to groom him despite the clear immoral implications. When they began grooming him, according to the family, the FBI knew that Varnell was declared mentally unfit to live by himself and that he was a paranoid schizophrenic. Without their criminal informant and the FBI tactics playing mind games with this vulnerable man, the idea of him committing an act of terror would have likely never materialized. Wow. What the public should be looking at is the fact that the FBI gave our son the means to make this happen. He has no job, no money, no vehicle, and no driver's license due to the fact that he's schizophrenic, and we, his parents, do everything we can possibly to keep him safe and functional. He has suffered through countless serious full-blown schizophrenic delusional episodes, and he has been put in numerous mental hospitals since the age of 16. The FBI came and picked him up from our home, and they gave him a vehicle, gave him a fake bomb, and every means to make this happen, none of which he had access to on his own. Wow. This is huge. See, we don't have an agency that will stand up to the FBI. We've got a woman named Dianne Feinstein. Dianne Feinstein is the only person who has the power to stop the FBI's misdirection in their behavior.
Earlier, we were discussing the type of psychiatric disorder that this gentleman may have, and it was identified as a disorder called schizoaffective disorder.
Yeah, schizoaffective disorder created the... Hey, this is not the first time I've heard this. Thanks for the link. Wow. Misanthropy, David, they are eating dead children. Yes, we know. But these people are eating, no, don't be ridiculous. You're having a problem identifying the difference between real and fake. Some of you are suffering from fake Friday here. Yeah. They could be using voice to skull on them, sure. That technology exists. And now the Girl Scouts are officially fused with the Boy Scouts. They're called the Scouts. Oh, no, that's not true. There's still Girl Scouts prohibiting Boy Scouts, but the Boy Scouts are now called Scouts. Girls can now join BSA, also known as Boy Scouts. So girls can be girls, and girls can be boys, and transgenders can be boys and girls, and everybody can be all a happy family. I feel like Barney, you know, we are one, we're one happy family. I just feel that the Boy Scouts really fell off the ledge there with Rex Tillerson as their leader. You know, there were 14,000 molestations reported when Rex Tillerson was president of the Boy Scouts. 14,000. Not one person was charged with molestation. All these children molested, not one single charge. That's actually worse than the Catholic Church in America, the Boy Scouts. I mean, I hate to say, but the Catholic Church has got nothing on the Boy Scouts in terms of molestation. Okay, Mike Decker's got more on his daily event of sprays above his house in Wyoming. We're breathing it, he says. It's like a weird oil in the sky. And Mike Decker's got this. Isn't that weird? Wow. Strange colors.
January 31st. And you can see they've been a little busy this morning. That is disgusting.
Right, we're going to do a little, I just have to get a little thing going here. Yeah, that's not the same thing I was working on. Hang on. All right. Alrighty, that'll work. Woo! Okay. It's very strange to have a rainbow coloration in the sky during sunrise. It is. Yeah. It's enough for Mike Decker to say, whoa, what is that? And, you know, anybody with a Nikon camera like he's got deserves to get some credit here where credit is due. He takes pictures of chemicals all the time that turn into those colors, those strange oil-like colors in the sky. You don't care because you're polluted. You're probably brain dead too. Yeah. Part of the problem is you're being polluted to become brain dead. Where is Justin Bieber when you have Justice Ruth Bader to talk about? You know, can't we talk about Justin Bieber? Yeah, where is Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg? Is she in the hospital still? No, I don't think Trump should give us a deadline. He's just here to work for Russia. Whatever Vladimir Putin wants, he gets. As long as there's no pictures of penises. Or penises and urination. Yeah. Oh, you got another good tiny house video? Good for you.
When you look at a shipping container.
Oh, I'd like to see a shipping container. It turned into an amazing compact home. We'll be seeing that later tonight. Thank you, Misanthropy. Excellent. 3 20-foot shipping containers turned into an amazing compact home. That looks like a cool one. Thank you. Octopi. Well, we don't know where Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg is. We're searching the internet right now, and we have yet to find her. Where is she? Trump allies think that Ruth Bader Ginsburg is hiding or dead. This story started on a QAnon Reddit feed. Other statements think that Ruth Bader Ginsburg death rumors proliferated online by QAnon. RBG, her death conspiracy theories from QAnon encouraged by Sebastian Gorka. So the Russians are behind this Ruth Bader Ginsburg thing. You know, as long as the Trump got elected because of the Russians, everything the Republicans do really has that Russian taint. I think almost everything Trump does is fake news. I really do. And he uses that term all the time because he likes it. It was originally used by CNN to describe Pizzagate, which was an erroneous use of the word fake news. That's actually the true news. We need to investigate Pizzagate. And we are all breathing this. Yeah, that was Mike Decker's article. Yeah, cool. We got it. Thank you. We are all breathing this. FDA closes anti-anxiety month.
Hi guys, it is February
We got that
1.
too. Okay. We're all set. We got those videos. Thank you, Scissorfied, for bringing those in. They're all in the lineup. Chemtrailing. This is a really good one that Scissorfied brought earlier. Check out the brainwashing that's going on in this football field. A marching band actually delivers chemtrails. Okay, here we go. All right, there we go. Yeah, news, it's just amazing. They're trying to program people to think that it's okay for jets to spew fumes of chemtrails out the back end. North Korea does propaganda almost as good as America does propaganda. Yeah. We're just as brainwashed as they are in North Korea, believe it or not. If you didn't know that, you haven't really learned the lesson of life. We were all brainwashed at an early age by an organization called the NEA, National Education Association, formed by the Rockefellers to make us all mindless little worker ants that do whatever they're told. Those of you that graduated through, matriculated through the years of a secondary education and went on to college and finally became something like a professional, you are thoroughly indoctrinated. You pass with flying colors. You are completely indoctrinated. Congratulations. Those of you who didn't and resisted this can hang out with me on the internet. I'm David. I'm not brainwashed. All right, cool. And we have a nice place to talk every night too. It's free. Here's a 60-foot tunnel operation that was going on in the border area where they're planning on building the fence or wall, depending on whether you're Donald or Pelosi or Donald. But this man claims he can't really deal with it. I mean, he doesn't know what to do with it.
Border Patrol agents discovered a new 60-foot-long tunnel still in progress. It's located in Hidalgo. They brought pictures to show President Trump during his recent visit.
I mean, you've seen them on the news in Arizona and New Mexico and stuff like that, but I've never seen one in the valley. That's the first one I've seen that's in our backyard.
Border Patrol contacted Ortho Brand Jr., the president of the Hidalgo County Water Improvement District 3, for help. The tunnel is located about 1,500 feet downriver from his pump station on U.S. Fish and Wildlife property.
We have equipment that they don't have, and so we've helped them in the past, and we do. And they thought we might have something that we could just collapse it with.
Brand says this job isn't that easy.
But this one's different. I mean, it's got 4x4s, looks like 4x4s and plywood on both sides and top. 4x4s about 2-3 feet apart all the way in. I mean, it's pretty stout.
The construction of the tunnel isn't the only problem. It's located at the bottom of a 30-foot embankment, making it almost impossible for Brand to get equipment down there.
It's hard for me to put a piece of equipment on the edge of a 30-foot sand cliff and reach down and try to collapse something without, putting my own piece of equipment and my operator at risk.
Brand tells us he, Border Patrol, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife will work together to try and find a way to get rid of this shortcut to the valley.
Well, dynamite would work great, but I guess they have to actually know how to do that. Or they get flamethrowers in there and burn the wood down. All right, here's the movement of troops moving directly to meet and greet the Colombian troops on the other side. Venezuela is actively moving their forces. Let's take a look. This is an active potential war situation forming at the border with Colombia and Venezuela. Wow. Venezuelan forces, including Russian-made self-propelled howitzers, 2 S-19 MSTA SAS is allegedly on the move toward the Colombia border. So Russia is going to back an attack on Colombia. You know, this is very interesting. This looks to me like Russia wants to create a second domain for oil production. Not as if they don't have enough in the Siberian and Kazakhstan regions. They want to have more oil. Yeah, this is really wild. And, you know, we can't rule out the fact that Donald Trump has ignored Russia's involvement in our election, minimized it, and then turned around and said nobody's been tougher on Russia than he has, which is an outright lie. He hasn't been tough on Russia at all. He's given them a pass everywhere and refuses to impose sanctions on Russia, clearly working for Vladimir Putin and having secret meetings with him. I mean, our country's literally being hijacked by Russia while they're engaging in military operations in South America right now. That's where we're at right now, in case you're wondering. No, Chavez was killed with a stomach cancer. They installed it in his stomach and killed him. He got intestinal cancer. He probably drank some milk or something. They have this stomach cancer thing that'll kill you in 2 years. They used it on a couple of politicians already. Yeah, they're just getting rid of anybody that goes against the New World Order. That's why I have surveillance in my house every day. Nobody gets in or out without me seeing it and having redundant servers in the cloud. I just don't trust anything going on. I'm not paranoid. I just, you know, you can't trust your refrigerator. Yeah, it's stomach cancer. Yeah, it's a specific type. They did it to a famous Canadian politicians as well. This guy was Rob Ford. You probably remember him. He was very popular. Well, Rob Ford got the same thing. Looks like he was taken out. He was great. They say Rob Ford really helped the people, prevented them from getting parking tickets in Toronto and all kinds of things. And his life will always be remembered favorably among his people. But you know Rob Ford is some sort of a crackhead, I believe. Yeah, there was a lot of talk about that. People said he was like a big crack user or some Rob Ford on crack or... Yeah, all I can tell you is they got rid of him. They gave him that same stomach cancer. A lot of people have been exposing the underbelly of the corruption in America and in Canada, and they get hauled off the stage, like this woman who had a full exposure of the cabal of Masonic control over our Congress. Watch this.
Constitution would not have been written by Freemasons. They go against God. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot serve two masters. Praise be to God, Lord Jesus Christ. This is not one nation under God. It never was. Had it been, it would not have been. No. It would not have been. Constitution would not have been written by Freemasons. They go against God. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot serve two masters. Praise be to God, Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this woman Molly was a stenographer in Congress for the longest time, and she finally got up and stepped out into the public arena in front of all the mics and started telling people you cannot serve two masters. So she's right. The Masons serve Lucifer. The highest level Masons worship Lucifer. The 33rd degree Masons do. Lucifer and Jesus, in their minds, are the same person. So that's what she was referring to. It's really a wild theory, but it's possible that the Masons are, in fact, worshiping dark powers. Here's the Toronto Mayor, Rob Ford drunk, swearing in Jamaican... Yeah, let's take it.
Try, man. It takes me around 5 months, man. Bumble clock, man. I swear, bro. For me and him, man. My eyes clock, blah, blah. Hey, leave me alone, man. They got 5 months, man. And then trying to tell me, bro, we're counter-surveilling the guy, you know what I mean? He's hiding here, I'm hiding here, Oh, we don't... Fuck, how much money that cost, man? I said, bro, just cut some... No, man, no money, man. Cha! That bumble clock, man. I said, you know what, your eyes clock, but I swear to God, man, honestly, man.
Son, this is the goal, man.
It's serious shit, man. Serious shit, bro.
All we know is we got the best man in the world.
No, bro. No, seriously, no.
This guy deserves to be even better than Prime Minister Harper.
No. But I don't bullshit, you know. I'm a straight up guy, you know.
I always tell him go become the Prime Minister.
Who goes in THC? Who goes in J-Town and Jada Finch and them Malvern on them fucks?
Let's watch him saying something else here. Crack video release.
He wants to fight everybody's battles, and it's going to kill you. Kill you. Don't do it.
Your kids spend
Your kids are important to you. That's what drives you, baby. That's what I love. That's why we love you. Okay?
I don't know.
Your children, your family, your kids. Your footballers. Your kids that play football. That's what drives you. Family.
I drive with the minorities.
You're right wing?
No, they say I'm just right wing.
Oh, yeah.
Radical guy.
Sure.
I'm sort of.
Sure. Oh, yeah. No. What the are both saying?
I mean, Lee Bannon. Lee Bannon back in that.
Mr. Trudeau right there. I like to get that Justin Trudeau and shove my foot as far up his ass because I'm sure it goes.
Well, they got rid of that guy. Yeah. They didn't want a crackhead in the office in Canada, in Toronto. And he was helping people with, parking problems were really bad. He made a moratorium on parking tickets. People loved the guy. Now, the governor of Virginia, he had every right to freely speak out and dress up in whatever the heck he wanted, KKK outfits or whatever. But now Virginia politics is saying the governor is clearly racist photo, vows to serve out term amid calls for resignation. I hope he serves his term out. He has every right to do whatever he wants, Ralph Northam. Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with free speech, and that's what this country was founded on. And I don't care if he is even behind these organizations at this point. My point is his right to freely speak out is more important than us suppressing him. Lucifer was a Latin name for the planet Venus. Let's not talk about Lucifer, shall we? Let's talk about Satan instead. All right? That's far more relevant to the show because you get caught up in that his side story about Lucifer not being Satan. Every time we do that, you start talking about that. So let's focus on, just the facts as they are, man. Yeah.
Could it be Satan?
That's right. You're talking about Satan, not Lucifer. Big difference. Now, if you'd like to discuss Satan versus Beelzebub, I'm more than willing to carry on that conversation. But let's not introduce that Lucifer thing, okay? These Luciferians are lost. They're worshiping dark powers. These people work at the UN, like the Lucis Trust agency. Yes, Lucis Trust does all the bookings for the United Nations. They worship Lucifer. It's a known secret covet group that does secret covet means to control the UN, and their forces work directly with the New World Order. And they're trying to usher forth their deep secret satanic love of Lucifer. So you have to understand that they're the ones in charge of the world right now. You aren't. All you nice Christians worshiping Jesus want good things to happen, but they're not going to happen because all the Satanists are in charge of the UN and the world. So as much as you go to your churches and pray to God that somehow Lucifer will go away, God created Satan. You're forgetting that. And we have to sort it out. We've got these Luciferians running our world into the ground right now. I'm sorry to say, but you can pray all you want, but right now Lucifer's in charge of the UN. Sorry. I hate to say it, but we're screwed. So, but keep praying. Of course, Satanism came out way before Jesus. I'm more in line with God, and that's what I believe in. I believe in God. I believe that Jesus is a son of God. I believe that we all have the potential to worship a higher power if we want. I'm a monotheist. I believe that if you want to believe in a higher power, you can. If you're a Muslim and believe in your Allah, that's a higher power. We're not that far apart, people. That's what I'm trying to urge you to understand. For you atheists, your religion is very, very vital to your beliefs, that there is no God, whatever. I mean, I'm not here to take your rights to free religion away from you. But yeah, our world is being run by Luciferians. How come her mic doesn't fade away when she's hauled away? I don't know. Maybe there was a lapel mic she was using, Scissor Fight. That's possible. Yeah, she might have been on a lapel mic when she's talking. That would be the only explanation I could come up with. But you won't get any mainstream media to talk about how our entire world is being run by Luciferians. They don't want to admit the elephant in the closet. They just don't. They don't want to admit that these people who are dark in every way, they worship darkness. They worship this satanic dark power. All I can say is this idea of group psychosis has become so prevalent among the elite groups that they actually hold ritualistic masses, like in Bohemian Grove, where they worship an owl, and they have the cremation of care celebration where they extinguish any concern for humanity and burn it. And that's how they're justified in living the good life and looking down upon us and seeing us as a bunch of useless eaters. We're called the useless eaters or the useless shitters. That's what they call us. The Goyim. You probably heard the term in certain sects. They call them Goyim, right? All I'm telling you, Randy, is these aren't mainstream media angles. They're angling everything. They can call this whatever they want. We're revealing the Zionist control over the Democratic Republican Party on a daily basis. When you research Zionism, you'll realize they are worshiping Lucifer as their deity. Unfortunately, this whole thing has gone full circle, and they've retained such great control over the monetary system that they want to impound that upon our political system too. That's why there's all kinds of organizations with fusion projects working with the FBI and our Department of Homeland Security. Religious organizations like B'nai B'rith, the Anti-Defamation League, an organization that formed on the auspices of a pedophile molesting a child. I mean, they're in close proximity to our government operations. You look at the story of B'nai B'rith, and you'll find that the history is all based on this pedophile Jew who molested a child, and they went to defend him. Oh, it's pretty sad. But they've taken a big chunk out of our national free speech, if you will, and they go out of their way. For instance, the biggest landmark success for the ADL was when they overturned the rule that the doctors admitted to medical school, young pre-med people, could only be admitted 5% could be Jewish. Well, the Anti-Defamation League heard about that, and they went right after the medical schools and sued them. There's a similar lawsuit right now from a group of Asian students who are trying to sue the I guess it's affirmative action or quota system for medical students. But the ADL sued, and they got the cap lifted from 5% to no percent, to whatever percent. That's why there's more doctors who are Jewish now than ever before, because the ADL actually won a very landmark lawsuit against the AMA. The AMA had to concede and allow more doctors to be Jewish. Even though their subset of their population is less than 5%, the quota was only 5%. The ADL says you can't do that, and they won. That's why most doctors are Jewish now. And they're the only ones who can afford to go to medical school. So it's a kind of a rehashing of the elitism and the caste system that was developed in America for many years now. It's a Zionist leading caste system. And I have nothing against Jewish people. And I really wish them the best. I want everyone to know that I want equal opportunity for everybody, but we're not getting equal opportunity. If you're born a Goyim, you're not going to become a doctor or a lawyer necessarily. You're more likely to become a doctor or a lawyer if you're born black in America, because they have affirmative action money to go to college. You're more likely to see people like Barack Obama rise to success in politics because they were the B- students in high school, the ones that could barely pass. And then they were elevated to the highest level of their own incompetence to what they are today, a raging homosexual married to a transgender. I believe the Holocaust may have been over-exaggerated, but I don't believe in the Holocaust theories. I do believe that millions of people, 500 million people, 500,000 people were killed, but in the war itself, World War II, but they say up to 6 million Jewish people and ethnic minorities died. That number is under dispute, but regardless, 1 million or more people died during a Holocaust. That's something to be very seriously concerned about. Or the Holodrome, where the Russians killed Jews. Yeah, all of these things should be definitely taken seriously. We're not that far away from mass genocide on this planet. 70 years ago, it was going on all over the place. Now it's going on slowly in your bodies. You're slowly dying. They're slowly poisoning you. So the more they stick GMO foods in our bodies, the more they force Roundup in our diets in every way, the more likely we're going to form tumors and die. So we're just ticking time bombs of genocidal death right now as we speak. And if we're aware, we'll tune a lot of that food out of our diet and start filtering our water. But if we're not aware, we're going to succumb to the vagaries of such evil as the pollution of this beautiful planet by these sickos. We will not in any way align ourselves with any lesbian, gay, bi, transgender, or pedophiles in this show. So anybody who's promoting these theories, go to the Democrats to do that. We don't support LGBTQP here. Or at least I don't. Yeah, all these mass-produced beers have Roundup in them. They say that 93% of the American people are pissing Roundup. But 99% of the European Union is pissing Roundup. That's how omnipresent this horrible Roundup herbicide has been in our society. They are literally poisoning the population. And we're sitting here going, oh, I don't know. Well, I wonder what Trump's going to do about the border. I don't know. Meanwhile, they get what they want, and if it doesn't work with Roundup, they've got radio frequencies to zap us with our phones and not tell us the dangers of holding phones up next to our heads. Oh yeah, it's total willful ignorance by our population caused by lack of awareness by our leaders. Can you imagine not running a public service announcement warning people not to hold their cell phones up against their heads? I haven't seen a PSA by the government. Never. Yet we know the director of the World Health Organization has stated that cell phones next to your head contribute to brain cancer. Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, I used to wonder, we saw people with car phones. That was a real weird thing. In the 60s, you sometimes saw limousines that have a car phone. And they had an analog system set up back then. But by the 80s, they had initiated the cell phone technology, and everyone was, getting these brick phones. And I knew a couple people that died of cancer, brain cancer, from this. I've heard of stories. Recently, I heard of a couple guys that were using mobile transponders, like cell phones, but they were in the trades. They were talking to each other. Both guys held the same cell phone type thing next to their side, next to their kidneys. Both of them died of kidney cancer. I mean, these are testimonies that you can't ignore. The fact that there are people that are working on the lines right now installing 5G networks. There were 26 deaths out of like 50 of these workers. It's crazy. I mean, the death rate's like 50%. They're dying from installing cell phones towers like the 5G network. So our government is completely oblivious under the two-party system to all these dangers that are happening. The two parties have become utterly irrelevant in our society. Utterly irrelevant. We have completely fallen into the category of being led down the road to ruin by these two parties. So I'm urging people to form a centrist political viewpoint where we can combine our views from the left and the right. Centrist politics, where we don't support gun control here. We support your right to bear arms, for instance. And we certainly don't want to take away Roe v. Wade like the Republicans do. So it's a win-win for people who are pro-rights, pro-gun rights, and it's a win-win for people who are pro-choice. So we're right in the middle with both of these solid social positions which stand for what we believe in. And then there's all these other things that make this an amazing show and an amazing story, because we are supporting accountability regarding vaccines, genetically modified food, herbicides and pesticides in our environment. The list goes on and on. In fact, let me play our intro as our outro. And I will say goodnight for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow with the Sustainable Saturday show at 5 o'clock, but I'll be in the show till 2 o'clock tonight. We can chat and continue watching movies. Keep the ball rolling. Thanks everybody for coming in. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.